I'm cultivating immortality with the science of mortals. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 401, Capturing the Monster. Master Kyan, there is no need to be so depressed. Without the exquisite pearl, it is not impossible to remove the blood restrictions of your 5 families. Luo Hong felt that the ancestors of the 5 families should not be so unkind that they would not care about the jailer once the treasure was refined. Thinking of this, he had an idea and said in a hurry, Master Kyan, try to see if the restrictions in your body are still there. Kyan Mulan was stunned when she heard it and then tried it as she said. After a moment, she showed a look of surprise on her face and shouted in disbelief, "It's gone. The restrictions in my body are gone." It turns out that the 5-colored spiritual light is the thing that can remove the restrictions. So, Kyan Mulan's eyes were fixed on the 5-colored feather in Luo Hong's hand. Master Kyan, don't worry, Luo will definitely remove the restrictions for your 5 families. As he said, Luo Hong put the 5-colored feather into the treasure bag. Senior Luo, I don't need to thank you for your kindness. As long as you remove the restrictions for our 5 families, we will voluntarily join the Yellow Maple Valley. Kyan Mulan bowed and saluted. She had no grudges against Luo Hong for taking the treasure away. She knew very well that it was not a treasure that she could touch. Luo Hong did not kill her on the spot because of their past friendship. If she could not see through this, she would have lived in the world of immortal cultivation for more than 200 years in vain. Kyan girl, come and help me. Suddenly, the blood-colored rat groaned from the ground. Kyan Mulan looked in the direction of the sound and saw a broken rib pressing the blood-colored rat down. Old monster, are you okay? Kyan Mulan had almost recovered by then and hurriedly flew over to save the rat. After pulling the blood-colored rat out of the skeleton, Kyan Mulan asked in doubt, "Old monster, how did you get in? Wasn't there a ban?" The ban disappeared when the 5-colored spiritual light came together. I was looking for you, but I encountered the spiritual light that rolled back. By the way, what happened in the center of the forbidden area? The blood-colored rat's eyes flickered darkly and asked seemingly casually. Well, it's just that Senior Luo, and I triggered the restriction. Kyan Mulan naturally understood the principle of not showing off treasures, and the restriction of the 5 families was still waiting for Luo Hong to remove, so she immediately covered up for Luo Hong. Haha, that's a really powerful restriction. The blood-colored mouse looked at Luo Hong with a smile, and then said to Kyan Mulan, have you got the exquisite pearl? It's in Senior Luo's hands, and he has promised to remove the restriction for my 5 families. Kyan Mulan replied with a smile. Then there's no time to waste, let's leave this damn place as soon as possible. The blood-colored mouse didn't say anything more and wanted to leave the 10,000 monsters realm. Old Senior doesn't care about his descendants. Luo Hong flew over and said, when you go to chase the 5-colored spiritual light, he will send a message to me and will wait for us there. The blood-colored mouse patted the bone powder on his body and replied, it's just right. Luo is also going back to collect the evil monster body. Luo Hong nodded gently. Hey, my friend, I have a deal. Do you want to hear about it? The blood-colored mouse pretended to be mysterious. Old Senior wants to help the junior again. I would like to hear the details. Luo Hong said politely. I did not expect that you would have the means to destroy the evil monster without damaging its body, so I did not mention it. In fact, the body of the evil monster can be used to refine a magic treasure, which is called Evil Cloud. The power of this treasure is related to the number of souls in the evil cloud, and the evil monster has refined the resentful cloud in the world of all monsters, and the souls of all monsters have been taken into its body. If it is refined into evil cloud, the power can be imagined. The blood-colored mouse talked about the power of the evil cloud, obviously trying to tempt Luo Hong. Haha, it seems that the old senior has a method to refine this evil cloud. What do I need to exchange? Luo Hong chuckled. It's very easy, as long as you take my offspring as a spirit beast. The blood-colored mouse said with a cunning smile. Luo Hong was slightly stunned. After staring at the bloody rat for a moment, He laughed and said, "This is what I have been looking for." Kyan Mulan looked at the bloody rat in surprise. The other party had never mentioned this to her. "Then this matter is settled. I think you are a trustworthy person. Now I will tell you the method of refining." As he said that, the bloody rat ignored Kyan Mulan and told him the method of refining the iron. More than an hour later, Luo Hong looked at the white and silver-eyed transparent spirit rat in front of him, which looked more like a hamster than the common rats. He felt that he was not like the bloody rat at all. "Boy, the ancestor has found a good backer for you. Come and meet your master." The bloody rat stood on Kyan Mulan's shoulder and ordered in a domineering manner. Although the bloody rat had no strength, this level 5 transparent spirit rat listened to him unusually. Without thinking, he spat out his demon pill and let Luo Hong impose restrictions on it. A level 5 spirit beast, no matter how strong its bloodline was, could not stand up to him, so Luo Hong did not doubt him and readily left the restrictions and put it into the spirit beast bag. Xiao Jin, who was standing on his shoulder, cried out in dissatisfaction. The spirit beast bag Luo Hong used was hers. "I will change you a better one in the future." After comforting Xiao Jin, Luo Hong fled into the air and came to the body of the evil demon. Compared with before he left, the body of the evil demon did not change at all, as if the colorful spiritual light had no effect on it. Then, Luo Hong used the secret method that the blood-colored mouse had just taught him and shot a column of magic light at the body of the evil demon. As soon as the magic light column sank into it, the body of the evil demon rolled violently, and the resentful clouds in the sky seemed to be pulled by a huge force, rushing towards the body of the evil demon frantically, gradually forming a huge vortex. A few hours later, the resentful clouds that had covered the sky for tens of thousands of years in the 10,000 demon realm were all swallowed up by the evil demon's body, but it was still in its original form. Looking at the 10,000 demon realm that had been cleansed to the sky and the ground, Luo Hong was suddenly shocked. Were the evil demons and the clear-eyed spirit rats also part of the calculations of the 5 ancestors? After all, in this way, both the resentful clouds in the sky and the demonic energy on the ground would be cleaned up. Just open the exit and let the spiritual energy of heaven and earth flow into the 10,000 demon realm, and this space fragment can be used as a paradise. This is too precise. This speculation could not be verified, so Luo Hong did not think much about it. After collecting the evil demon's body, he went to the exit not far away with Kyan Mulan. A few hours later, at the top of the main peak of Washan, Fan Mengai stood calmly on the Xianyang sword box, which formed a sharp contrast with Zhao Qingling and others who were nervous and whispered from time to time. Suddenly, Fan Mengai frowned, turned her head sharply, and shouted angrily, "Who is there? Come out!" Along with the shout, she also threw out a few fireballs. Chapter 402, 1 verses 3. HMPH. As expected of that man's disciple, his spiritual awareness is indeed strong. With only the cultivation of the early stage of Jinden, he can actually see through a hidden shadow technique. A woman's cold voice suddenly came from the shadow of a big tree in the direction where the fireball flew. Then, 3 figures rushed out like ghosts, surrounded Fan Mengai on 3 sides, and sandwiched her. As for Zhao Qingling, who was in the middle stage of Jinden not far away, he didn't even look at her. 3 late stage of Jinden, wearing the same style of black leather armor. I think they must be from a big force. Fan Mengai looked at the 3 people and silently deduced in her heart. The hostility of the other party was too obvious. Fan Mengai didn't even need to ask, she knew what the other party was here for. Luo Hong had told her long ago that his sudden rise would inevitably cause a violent reaction from all forces in Xianan, some of which were good, but also bad, and asked her to be careful recently. Master has always been good at provoking enemies. I knew that this would happen sooner or later. To be honest, Fan Mengai was not surprised at the current scene. Instead, she felt that it came later than expected. After the 2 men and 1 woman, 3 cultivators in the late Jinden stage appeared. They obviously had no intention of talking nonsense with Fan Mengai. Almost at the same time, they sacrificed a short cone surrounded by black flames. After the 5-element dragon opened the entrance to the 10,000 monsters realm, it was taken away by Luo Hong, and Zhao Qingling's magic power was scattered but not condensed. It was obvious that she was a cultivator who only had cultivation, but no combat power. So this battle can only be fought by Fan Mengai alone against 3. Just as the short cone of black flames shot over with a whistling sound, Fan Mengai's mind moved, and the sound of swords rang out. I saw 6 2-foot-long flying swords, which were as red as a Luo Tai, flying out of the Xianyang sword box. Driven by Fan Mengai, the 3 Xianyang swords turned around and used the magical power of sword to shield to block the short cones of black flames coming from 3 directions. The other 3 carried red tail flames and slashed at the 3 attackers. Zhao Qingling, who had just recovered from the shock of the sneak attack, saw that Fan Mengai dared to fight back against 3 powerful enemies in the late Jiandan stage at the same time. She immediately thought that the opponent was either lacking in actual combat experience or crazy. The 3 female cultivators of Xiangli were also stunned. They immediately gave up their usual tactic of using one of the 3 as bait and sacrificed a spiritual shield made of the skin of an unknown monster to block Fan Mengai's flying sword. In their opinion, Fan Mengai was the only disciple of that person after all. Although his cultivation was low, it was normal for him to have some powerful means. Therefore, the 3 did not dare to underestimate him. The speed of the Xianyang sword was amazing. Although Fan Mengai was a step late, he still flew to the front of the 3 people 1 step ahead of the black flame short cone. At the same time, the spiritual shields in front of the 3 people flashed with black light and flew to the attack route of the Xianyang sword like a spirit. After the spirit shield came into contact with the Xianyang sword, although it was not cut open immediately, the contact position quickly heated up, and within a breath, there were signs of melting. The 3 people's faces changed drastically when they saw this. Their spirit shields were not ordinary protective treasures, but they were still so unbearable under the opponent's spirit sword. If the spirit shield was destroyed, wouldn't other means of protection be equivalent to paper in front of their spirit sword? After the 3 people looked at each other, they no longer had the heart to test, and immediately used the most powerful means to kill Fan Mengai, and then destroy the formation. After making up their minds, the 3 people pinched out the same magic formula without hesitation, and the black flame short cone that was about to hit the sword and shield suddenly exploded with a bang. Its power was not only fierce, but also exploded a black poisonous fog. The next moment, Fan Mengai, whose hair was a little messy, soared into the sky under the protection of the 3 Xianyang swords. His face was normal, and it was obviously not affected by the poisonous fog. After she escaped from the poisonous fog, she immediately saw the 3 people performing ghostly escape techniques and approaching her quickly. Fan Mengai frowned and continued to fly high in the sky, driving the 6 flying swords in groups of 2 to try to stop the 3 people from approaching. Master Zhao, should we help? The new master of the Sun family was a young man who had just established his foundation. He asked undecidedly at this moment. Of course we have to help. If there were more than one Yuanian cultivator in Huangfeng Valley, they would never let their master and apprentice get into trouble in Wushan. Zhao Qingling immediately saw the pros and cons, but the enemy was too strong, and she had no confidence to deal with him alone, so she couldn't help him. You all quickly stand on the stone platforms of each family, and we will use the power of the formation to help her. Without the help of magic weapons and magical powers, the cultivator's escape technique is directly related to his cultivation. Although Fan Mengai's sword escape technique is exquisite, the opponent's strange escape technique is not weak, and his cultivation is far superior to hers. Therefore, Fan Mengai didn't jump up very high before she was stuck by the opponent. Idiot. You dare to dream of dealing with the 3 of us at the same time? Go to hell. In the brief fight, the man with raised eyebrows had already realized that Fan Mengai's sword controlling skills were extraordinary. With just 2 flying swords, he could make it difficult for him to break through, even though he had already performed the ghost escape. If 6 flying swords attacked one person at the same time, even Senior Sister Chan would probably be in trouble. As soon as the voice fell, the man with raised eyebrows and the big man in black robe stretched out their palms, and fine black needles kept shooting out from their palms. They were overwhelming, completely blocking Fan Mengai's dodging space. When the black needles came to her, Fan Mengai did not use the Xianyang sword to block them this time. A jade pendant on her waist suddenly lit up, and a layer of ice crystal shield quickly condensed. This jade pendant was a treasure given to her by Uruaxi. It contained an extremely cold air that gave Luo Hong a headache, and its power was self-evident. Sure enough, countless black needles hitting the ice crystal shield could only cause some weak fluctuations, and could not penetrate it at all. But soon, Fan Mengai found something wrong. Although these black needles shattered and disappeared, as soon as they hit the frost shield, a wisp of black gas remained each time. The number of black needles was extremely large, and the amount of residual black gas soon became impossible to ignore. Fan Mengai just made a move, and heard the black-faced man muffled, "Haha, it's too late. I saw that these black gases suddenly condensed into chains, and wrapped around the ice crystal shield for several circles. Collect." The man with raised eyebrows and the black-faced man changed their hand gestures at the same time and shouted. The black chain tightened immediately, and the ice crystal shield immediately groaned, as if it would break in the next moment. Not only that, Fan Mengai couldn't help but feel her body sinking, and the connection with her own magic power was much weaker. After looking inward, she was surprised to find that there was a chain shadow on her own Dan that was exactly the same as the one on the ice crystal shield. What a strange magical power. This is not good. Fan Mengai did not forget that there were more than 2 male cultivators present. The opponent restricted her so much, probably to create a chance for her companions to make a fatal blow. Sure enough, the female cultivator of the evil calendar had already sacrificed a blood-red longsword that exuded an ominous aura. She did not drive it with magic power, but held it directly in her hand. After reciting a spell, her figure gradually disappeared and turned into an enlarged blood sword, turning the body into a sword. Fan Mengai shouted in shock. Turning the body into a sword is not only a high-level sword controlling technique, but also because the sword controller completely integrates his own cultivation into the sword. The power is extremely great. With the opponent's late giant in cultivation, even the Yuanian cultivator would have to temporarily avoid the edge when performing this move. However, if the sword style is broken, the sword controller will also suffer a great backlash, and may even lose his life. There is no need to fight like this to deal with me, a cultivator in the early Jiandan period. Fan Mengai secretly groaned, and at the same time, called back the 6 Xianyang swords, trying to cut the chains on the ice crystal shield. At this moment, many 5-element spells attacked from the ground, directly targeting the man with raised eyebrows and the black-faced man. Although the power of these 5-element spells was not weak, after the 2 of them just sensed it, they snorted coldly and ignored it. When these 5-element spells were close to the 2 people, the black leather armor they wore suddenly lit up with mysterious runes on the chest, and a layer of black shield instantly wrapped them up. The 5-element spells that Zhao Qingling and the others used with all their strength could not shake the black gas shield at all. The next moment, the blood-colored flying sword, which was as long as a person, carried the blood-colored streamer and stabbed straight at Fan Mengai. In the blink of an eye, it pierced the ice crystal shield in front of her. As soon as the 2 touched, the ice crystal shield, which was already overwhelmed, shattered in 2 breaths, and it seemed that the black lock and the blood sword were about to touch Fan Mengai's body. At this time, many runes suddenly lit up under Fan Mengai's clothes, and then layer after layer of high-level water-based protective spells were activated. Although the blood sword was powerful, it was unable to break through the last few feet under the impact of continuous high-level water-based spells, and was even pushed out a little. Damn, how could she have so many high-level talismans? The man with raised eyebrows and the black-faced man cursed in their hearts. Even Yuanian cultivators could not activate high-level spells at such a high frequency. It must be talismans. With a muffled groan, the blood sword suddenly retreated, and the figure of the female cultivator of Xiangli reappeared, her face slightly pale. The many talismans hidden under Fan Mengai's clothes finally consumed the power of her sword. HMPH. You really have a good master. He gave you so many talismans to protect you. However, this can only let you live a few more breaths. With the next sword, I will take your life. The female cultivator of the evil calendar pointed her left hand at the wrist of her right hand holding the sword, and pushed forward along the blood vessels. Suddenly, her right arm shrank, and the blood sword in her hand seemed to be nourished, and became bright and juicy. With the next sword, you don't have a chance. Fan Mengai curled her lips, pinched the magic formula in her hand, and suddenly an amazing spiritual energy fluctuation came from below the 4 people. I saw that the Xianyang sword box she placed on the ground suddenly lit up with many runes, and at the same time, 6 Xianyang swords flew out. With a buzzing sound of the formation being activated, the 6 Xianyang swords on the ground and the 6 Xianyang swords that Fan Mengai had moved to the top of the 4 people's heads at some point, shot out red beams of light at the same time. In an instant, a hexagonal formation barrier appeared. The chapter name is wrong. It should be 402. Chapter 403, Seeking the Enemy. Oh no, we've fallen into a trap. Break the barrier. The female cultivator of Xiangli reacted the fastest and immediately raised her sword to cut a blood-red blade light at the barrier light film. However, as soon as the blade light touched the barrier light film, it burned fiercely and disappeared in an instant. Fan Mengai used a seemingly stupid tactic before, just to make the 3 people gather around her, so that she could use the sword box magic power to catch them all in one fell swoop. Now the time is ripe. She did not give the 3 people a chance. With the surge of mana, the Xianyang sword box burst out an endless stream of red sword energy. The more flying swords Fan Mengai's sword heart magic power drives, the greater its power. But the grade of the Xianyang sword is too high, and it is already a stretch for her to drive 12 at the same time. But if it is replaced by the Xianyang sword energy, it will be completely different. At this moment, nearly 100 sword energies driven by Fan Mengai, like swimming fish, condensed into 3 sword dragons, and swept towards the 3 people. The man with drooping eyebrows had the weakest cultivation among the 3. He had only received less than 20 Xianyang sword ki before his black gas shield was burned clean, and his protective spirit shield was melted into red pulp. Then, his body was like a bundle of grease-covered firewood, and it was ignited with a boom. He only had time to scream twice before he was out of breath, and even his soul did not escape. The black-faced man offered a blue ring to protect himself, and he lasted a little longer than the man with drooping eyebrows. But under the endless Xianyang sword ki and Fan Mengai's control of the sword, he had no chance to fight back, and soon followed the footsteps of the man with drooping eyebrows. Now, only the female cultivator Xiangli is still struggling among the 3, but the only treasure she has is the blood sword in her hand, which is worthy of Fan Mengai's attention. After a moment, the female cultivator of the evil calendar showed a resolute look, as if she had run out of tricks. She roared madly, "I will die with you. I will sacrifice my body to the sword." As soon as the voice fell, the female cultivator of the evil calendar melted like beeswax, and then all poured into the blood sword. Suddenly, the blood sword exuded amazing spiritual fluctuations, and the blood light that emanated was not even pierced by the Xianyang sword energy. "Go to hell." The female roared like an evil ghost, coming from the blood sword. Then, the blood sword pierced Fan Mengai's eyebrows like a blood-colored lightning. "What kind of immortal are you?" Fan Mengai cursed in his heart. The magical power cultivated by this woman is either exchanging injuries for lives, or exchanging lives for lives, which has nothing to do with the road of immortality. Forget it. Since I have had enough fun, there is no need to play anymore. Muttering this, Fan Mengai turned his palm and took out a black bead and activated it with a touch of his spiritual consciousness. Invisible waves surged out and instantly descended on the blood sword. Without even a scream, the soul of the female cultivator of the evil calendar in the blood sword was wiped out by the soul-destroying curse. Fan Mengai used the talisman given to her by Luo Hong. This was also the first time Fan Mengai used the talisman of the soul-destroying curse. She stared blankly at the blood sword floating in the air, motionless, and couldn't help showing a look of shock. "It's worthy of being a treasure given by the master. It's so powerful." Fan Mengai originally thought that this talisman could at most severely injure the opponent, but she didn't expect it to easily wipe out the opponent. In fact, with the cultivation level of the female cultivator of the evil calendar in the late stage of Jinden, she really couldn't resist the talisman made by Luo Hong, but she could struggle a little. But her soul happened to be separated from her body, and the power of the soul-destroying curse would double. Once the powerful enemy is destroyed, it is the stage of happily harvesting the spoils. One of the things Fan Mengai likes most about the Xianyang sword is that the final harvesting stage can save the effort of throwing small fireballs. After skillfully taking the storage bags of the 3 people into her hands, Fan Mengai stretched out her hand and grabbed the blood sword in the air in front of her, took out a jade box, put it into the box, and sealed it with a talisman. This sword is very evil and needs to be treated with caution. Then, Fan Mengai took the blue ring that the black-faced man finally offered into her palm and wiped her finger on the cloud pattern on the surface of the ring, and then wiped out the remaining consciousness of the black-faced man in this treasure. Then, she put the ring on her right wrist without hesitation and looked at it happily. What a treasure, beautiful and useful. After collecting the spoils, Fan Mengai's mind moved, and all the 12 Xianyang swords returned to the Xianyang sword box. She also slowly fell from the air and stood on the sword box again. After taking out a pill to restore her mana and taking it, Fan Mengai closed her eyes and turned to the distance to practice the skills. Her expression was unusually calm, and she didn't look like she had just experienced a battle. Master Zhao, I'm afraid this girl alone can destroy our 5 families. The Zhao family master said sadly. Zhao Qingling sighed and didn't say much. In the world of immortal cultivation, without power, there is nothing. After that, before everyone had waited long, Luo Hong stepped out from the entrance of the 10,000 monsters realm, followed by Kan Mulan. Master Kan, go back and make preparations. 3 days later, Luo will lift the ban on your 5 family members in your main hall. Sensing the residual aura of the Xianyang sword, Luo Hong frowned slightly and said to Kan Mulan calmly, yes, Senior Luo. Kan Mulan was naturally the best and hurriedly flew towards Zhao Qingling and others. She couldn't wait to share this good news. Luo Hong looked back at the entrance of the 10,000 monsters realm and casually cast a spell on the formation on the ground, which immediately disrupted its spiritual energy transmission, and the entrance quickly closed again. Master, is this trip going well? At this time, Fan Mengai flew over to greet him. Master, I have gained a lot from this trip, but why did you use the Xianyang sword? Did you run into trouble? Luo Hong asked in a deep voice. A few hours after Master entered the 10,000 demon realm, 3 late giant and cultivators of unknown origin suddenly appeared and attacked the disciple. The disciple fought hard and killed them all. However, because the opponent's cultivation was far superior to the disciple did not dare to hold back when he attacked. So he did not capture the opponent's soul. How could Fan Mengai miss such a good opportunity to take credit? When she described the process of the fight, she tried her best to describe herself as being surrounded by danger. So, the attacker used the magic technique. Luo Hong saw at a glance that Fan Mengai was exaggerating, but the fluctuation of the soul showed that she did not lie at the key point, and she did have a good contribution this time, so she did not say it out loud. Master, is it because the Yellow Maple Valley is moving back to U State that the Ghost Spirit sect has some misunderstandings, so they secretly harmed you? After practicing in Xianan for decades, Fan Mengai also had a general understanding of the situation in Xianan. U State was the former site of the Yellow Maple Valley, but after the 6 sects of the demonic path invaded U State was divided among the 6 sects, with the Ghost Spirit sect occupying the largest share. Therefore, Fan Mengai believed that the Ghost Spirit sect was the most suspicious. Haha, those who practice magic skills are not necessarily demon cultivators. Luo Hong smiled coldly. He did not doubt the Ghost Spirit sect. After all, if the Ghost Spirit sect made friends with him, they could slightly check and balance the old demon Helen. U State's immortal cultivation resources were actually average, and it was unreasonable to offend him for such a small benefit. This matter is of great importance, try not to spread it. After thinking for a moment, Luo Hong told Fan Mengai, Master, this time I use the soul destroying mantra, can I? Before Fan Mengai could finish her words, Luo Hong waved his hand and threw out 3 black beads. You have done a great job this time, so I will give you these 3 soul destroying spells. Go back to the Khan family first, I still have things to do. Yes, Master. Fan Mengai was tactful and did not ask any further questions. After paying her respects, she fled towards the Khan family's mountain. After watching Fan Mengai go away, Luo Hong's face suddenly darkened, and he said to himself, I entered the 10,000 demon realm today on a whim, and others could not have known about it in advance. The other party was able to seize the opportunity to harm me so promptly, so they must have used some kind of surveillance method. This method must be broken, otherwise I will be timid in the future. As his thoughts turned, Luo Hong had already spread his spiritual sense and explored everything within a radius of nearly 1,000 miles several times, just like sifting sand. However, Luo Hong did not find any abnormal breath. Although Luo Hong was a little surprised by this result, he was not surprised. After all, he had exposed his spiritual power in the battle. The forces that wanted to harm him would definitely take corresponding measures. And some rare spiritual objects are naturally unresponsive to spiritual sense. When the divine sense swept over them, it was like sweeping over a ball of air. This kind of spiritual object is not only rare, but also difficult for cultivators to use, so it is little known. However, Luo Hong is committed to compiling an encyclopedia of spiritual materials in the human world, and he knows a lot about this type of spiritual material. Even though the divine sense exploration yielded no results, Luo Hong did not give up. He pinched out a spell with one hand and shouted open, and the blood veins between his eyebrows opened, revealing a vertical eye with a black bottom and red pupil. In addition to its own magical powers, the blood-roaring eye is extremely sensitive to any living creature with blood in its body within a radius of hundreds of miles. Luo Hong closed his eyes and entered the field of vision of the blood-roaring eye. He suddenly felt that the world was stained with a thin layer of red, and those birds, beasts, insects, fish, and mortal cultivators were particularly conspicuous. He could actually penetrate the bodies of living creatures and directly see the blood vessels in their bodies. He had a strange feeling of being able to see the pulse of living creatures. However, although it was magical, Luo Hong still did not discover it. It seems that the surveillance method has nothing to do with living things, and should be some kind of artifact. Well, since the visitor uses the magic method, let's try that. Thinking of this, Luo Hong took out a handful of blood pills and swallowed them. After undoing the magic formula on his hand, he pinched it again. The vertical eye between his eyebrows changed from the blood raw eye to the black and black Zuanayan eye between closing and opening. After entering the field of vision of the Zuanayan eye, Luo Hong could see the Yin Qi and Ghost Qi wandering between heaven and earth, which was a completely different feeling from the blood raw eye. Just as he had some experience, Luo Hong noticed that there was a strange Yin Qi flowing on an old tree 200 feet away. Haha, it's really easy for me to find it. Luo Hong sneered, and the escape light flashed, and came to the source of the strangeness. What surprised him was that the other party didn't react to his actions at all. Luo Hong used his spiritual consciousness to condense a human hand and pinch the black paper bird. Chapter 404, Don't leave now that you're here. This black paper bird was as thin as a cicada's wing and extremely rigid, not agile at all. Luo Hong was not surprised by this. The material of this paper bird could not hold spiritual consciousness, so it could not be driven by people. So how did it know when to pass on information? As soon as Luo Hong had this thought, the black paper bird trembled, trying to break free from Luo Hong's spiritual hand. After his eyes flashed twice, Luo Hong's mind moved and let the bird go. It immediately flew away in one direction close to the ground. With doubts, Luo Hong performed the key condensation technique and quietly followed it. Soon, he arrived at a big tree more than 200 miles away. Luo Hong saw with his own eyes that the black paper bird went into it and then flew out again. Because the black paper bird was not flying fast and had a certain direction, Luo Hong did not rush to catch up, but slowly landed in front of the big tree. After a brief investigation with spiritual consciousness, he found a faint forbidden breath in the tree trunk. This restriction seemed to have some kind of early warning function, and it was very mysterious, but Luo Hong only pondered for a moment and cracked it by 60-70%. Luo Hong stretched out his hand seemingly normally, and a faint spiritual light flashed on the surface of his palm in a certain pattern. When Luo Hong's fingers touched the tree trunk, it was as if it touched the surface of the water, and there was no feeling of touching a real object. When Luo Hong retracted his palm, his fingertips had already clamped the black paper bird just now. So this is the way of transmission. I guess this scene will be repeated every few hours before. Haha, to be able to follow me so accurately, 80% of the time, the other party has an item with my aura in his hand. However, there are many items with my aura scattered outside, and the portraits in the talisman shops are one of them, so Luo Hong still cannot lock the person behind the scenes, based on this alone. With a tightening of his palm, a black and red spiritual flame ignited on Luo Hong's fist, and when he let go, only a little ashes fell. Then, Luo Hong's eyes fixed, and she chased after the black paper bird that had just flown out. At this moment, 2 beams of light flew from the horizon over the mortal village, where the 3 female cultivators of the evil calendar had originally hidden. After revealing their figures, they were 2 cultivators, a man and a woman, in the early stage of the nascent soul. The male cultivator was burly, with muscles all over his body like cast iron, and his aura was extremely fierce. The female cultivator was petite and cute, but she covered her face with heavy makeup, which made her look extremely charming. As soon as the light stopped, the petite female cultivator sat on the shoulders of the Iron Tower giant without any hesitation, and her 2 white and tender legs swayed in front of his broad chest. Then, she rested her elbows on the top of the Iron Tower giant's head, and said with the back of her hand supporting her face, "Haha, such a strong smell of blood. It seems that Chan girl has already taken action. Well, I'm afraid it's done now." The Iron Tower giant responded in a dull voice. According to the information sent back by the female cultivator of the evil calendar, Luo Hong entered a secret realm, and the one who stayed behind at the entrance of the secret realm was only his female disciple, who was only at the initial stage of giant and cultivation. With the magical powers of the 3 female cultivators of the evil calendar, it should be easy to deal with the female disciple. Calculate the time. The nether cicada bird should also send back an image. Let's wait in this village for a while. Although the petite female cultivator was also confident, she was cautious over the years, and did not act rashly. The Iron Tower giant nodded slightly, and fell to the mortal village below. With a pop, the Iron Tower giant stepped into the pool of blood on the ground. He looked at the cruel scene in front of him where no one was left alive, and his face did not change at all. The petite female cultivator sitting on his shoulder smiled even more, as if she was no longer surprised by this situation. Not long after, the 2 came to the village, where the 3 female cultivators of the evil calendar were originally. The Iron Tower giant walked to the cold dining table, grabbed the rice wine on the table, and drank it. Husband, are you nervous? The petite female cultivator knew the Iron Tower giant very well. Although his face was expressionless, she could guess his inner thoughts from his subtle behavior. That man is a monster that can kill even a late stage great cultivator. Although the Iron Tower giant did not admit it directly, his words had exposed his inner fear. Although that man is terribly strong, we are in the dark, and he is in the light. If we are unintentional, even if that man has great abilities, he will not be able to use them. The petite female cultivator was much more optimistic. She had carried out such tasks many times, and even cultivators in the middle stage of the nascent soul had been secretly murdered by him and his wife. This time is different. We must not be careless. The Iron Tower giant shook his head slightly. I know. The petite female cultivator knew her husband's temperament very well, so she did not insist on it, and hummed a little song while waiting. After about half an hour, her eyes caught a glimpse of a black shadow, and her face immediately lit up, and she stretched out her 2 fingers to pinch. Finally here, let me see if Chang Yatao and the others succeeded. As she said that, the petite female cultivator closed her eyes and used a secret method to watch the images recorded by the nether cicada bird. At first, she still had a smile on her face, but soon her hand on the head of the Iron Tower giant tightened, and a look of shock appeared on her face. The treasures that Fan Mengai displayed in the battle with the 3 female cultivators of Xiangli were so coveted that even she, a cultivator in the early stage of the nascent soul, was quite envious. Finally, the black bead used to kill the Yuanshan of the female cultivator of Xiangli was something beyond her cognition. That person was willing to give so many treasures to his disciples. Could it be that he had expected that someone would take the opportunity to harm him secretly? The petite female cultivator thought with gritted teeth. She had a lot of contacts with the female cultivator of Xiangli and almost regarded her as her own son or nephew. Now she watched her body and soul die, and she couldn't help but hate her. Before she could calm down, the petite female cultivator saw Luo Hong successfully come out of the secret realm, and then saw him dismiss the cultivators of the 5 Washan families and his own disciples, and floated in the sky, not knowing what he was doing. The man kept looking around. Could it be that he was? As soon as her thoughts came to her mind, a flash of light appeared in front of her. She saw Luo Hong, who was originally hundreds of feet away, suddenly approached her, and was looking down at her with cold eyes. The petite female cultivator was so scared that she dropped the paper bird between her fingers and screamed. "What's wrong?" The Iron Tower giant had already noticed something was wrong and immediately asked with concern. "Run." Without time to explain the reason, the petite female cultivator shouted in shock. The Iron Tower giant heard the words and his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Without thinking, he took out a talisman from his storage bag. Haha, the Great Relocation Talisman. Since you two are interested in me, why are you in such a hurry to leave? At the moment, when the talisman was activated, Luo Hong's voice suddenly came from outside the house, and then the spiritual energy around suddenly changed its flow. The 2 petite female cultivators suddenly felt as if they had fallen into a formation. The rune pattern on the Great Relocation Talisman just lit up, and then dimmed, as if it was blocked. It turned out that Luo Hong had already used the 5 element flags to surround the entire village into a formation, after sensing the breath of the 2. At this moment, the 2 Yuanying cultivators were Luo Hong's trapped turtles. The transmission was blocked, and the hearts of the 2 petite female cultivators suddenly cooled down. The Iron Tower giant reacted very quickly. When he saw that the Great Relocation Talisman was ineffective, he kicked the ground with his legs and soared into the sky with the petite female cultivator, intending to escape. However, as soon as he rushed out of the roof, he saw a layer of formation light film covering his head, and his face instantly turned as hen. Haha, fellow Taoists, don't waste your time. I'm the best formation master in Xianan. You two should cooperate with me, since you have fallen into my formation. Luo Hong's figure appeared out of thin air, floating 100 feet away from the 2 of them and said leisurely. The 2 petite female cultivators had never expected that they would fall into such a dangerous situation. They were at a loss for a moment, and could only stare at Luo Hong with serious eyes, thinking of a way to escape. Very good. It seems that you 2 fellow Taoists are smart people. As long as you answer my questions honestly, I promise not to harm your lives. Seeing that the 2 Yuanying cultivators opposite did not immediately rush up to fight or blow themselves up, Luo Hong nodded with satisfaction and then asked, with your cultivation level, you don't have the courage to assassinate me, so, who is the mastermind behind you? The petite female cultivator felt that her heart was about to explode at this moment. She barely controlled her expression and said with a slightly trembling voice, why don't I understand what you said, fellow Taoist? My husband and I just found this village and came here to investigate. Fellow Taoist, don't challenge my patience. I saw the scene of you driving this paper bird. Also, let me remind you, don't lie. I have my own magical powers to judge whether what you two say is true or false. The reason why Luo Hong was talking nonsense with them here and did not directly capture them to perform the soul searching technique was because he expected that with the existence of the couple in front of him, there must be restrictions on the soul searching in the Yuanying. Madam, there is no need to hide it. Yes, it was my husband and I who were monitoring fellow Daoist Luo. However, there was no one behind us. We just wanted to know what opportunities you had obtained. With your reputation that shook the southern sky, how dare my husband and I harm you? The Iron Tower giant spoke nonsense calmly. Unfortunately, there was only one chance, and you didn't seize it. People can control their expressions, but unless they completely deceive themselves, their souls will fluctuate. Therefore, Luo Hong didn't need to deliberately perform any magical powers. The abnormal fluctuations of the Iron Tower giant's soul told him that this person seemed loyal and treacherous. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Hong sacrificed the golden moon flying knife. He knew that these two would not cry until they saw the coffin, so he had to give them a taste of his power. However, when Luo Hong made the attacking move, the reactions of the two petite female cultivators were much more intense than he expected. The giant man lifted the petite female cultivator's buttocks and threw her over his head. He then used his magical power to make his body, which was originally 2 meters tall, double in size in an instant. Then, a silver armor appeared on his right fist. He clenched his fist violently, and there was a sound of air explosion, and a circle of silver spiritual waves exploded. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 405 Yuanying Death Warrior. Then, the giant man of the Iron Tower roared like a wild beast and swung his fist to form a silver giant fist, rushing straight at Luo Hong. The petite female cultivator who was thrown away used some secret technique to change her appearance. Yellow hair grew on both sides of her cheeks, and her canine teeth were elongated, as if she had turned into a demon. Along with the drastic change in her appearance, her aura also surged. Then, she put her palms together, and the nails of her 10 fingers suddenly stretched out, and quickly condensed into a sharp blade about a foot long under a yellow spiritual light. At the same time, a pair of golden spiritual wings appeared behind her, and under the urging of her magic power, they turned into a golden lightning, and slashed straight at Luo Hong. Interesting, they actually found 2 physical cultivators to deal with Luo. In order to interrogate these two, Luo Hong had to break down their psychological defenses first. Therefore, although Luo Hong had several ways to kill the couple immediately, she did not use them, but quietly floated in place. Although the silver giant fist and the golden lightning appeared at different times, they hit Luo Hong at the same time. It must be said that the cooperation between the two was exquisite. Then there was a loud bang, and a violent spiritual wave of gold and silver exploded where Luo Hong was suspended. The air wave directly raised the mortal village below to the ground. However, when the smoke and dust dissipated, Luo Hong was seen stretching out his hands with a relaxed look. One hand formed a palm to block the silver armored fist of the Iron Tower giant, and the other hand put out a sword finger to clamp the sharp blade transformed by the petite female cultivator with her fingernails. How is this possible? The Iron Tower giant used all his strength, and the blue veins on his right fist bulged nearly half an inch high, but he still couldn't make his fist move forward at all, as if Luo Hong's palm was a 1,000-foot mountain that could not be shaken at all. The petite female cultivator was no less shocked than the Iron Tower giant at this moment. Her move with all her strength could even split the protective magic weapon, but it was clamped between Luo Hong's fingers like a toy. Haha, Luo is not just a name for nothing. Are you two Daoists willing to answer my questions now? Luo Hong silently used the Great 5 Element Sage up to its limit, and said with a relaxed expression, "No." Behind the scenes the Iron Tower giant still refused to accept it, and while forcing his potential, he gritted his teeth and replied. This person was so stubborn that Luo Hong was also annoyed. At that moment, his eyes turned cold, his left palm suddenly shrank, and then he clasped his palms into a fist and blasted out with all his strength. A layer of mist exploded from Luo Hong's fist, and a fist mark appeared on the silver armor boxing gloves of the Iron Tower giant. The fierce force penetrated his entire arm, and there were bone-breaking sounds that made people's scalps numb. Ah! The Iron Tower giant screamed and fell diagonally to the ground. Husband. After the petite female cultivator exclaimed, her face showed a ferocious look, and she was about to use desperate means. HMPH. Luo Hong snorted coldly and exerted force between her fingers, and immediately broke her nail clippers. Then a 5-element escape flashed behind her, and with his right palm, he pinched her neck. With a casual shake, all the joints in the woman's body were removed, and she was left with only the ability to breathe. Without waiting for the woman to react, Luo Hong took out another talisman and stuck it on her back dantian, and then set up several restrictions to seal her whole body's magic power. Ahem. Don't try to threaten my husband with me. The petite female cultivator also understood Luo Hong's intention at this time, and endured the pain to explode her yuanying. This is not up to you. Luo Hong would not show mercy to those who wanted to harm him, regardless of whether they were men or women. With a spell of immobilization, the petite female cultivator's action of exploding her yuanying was stopped. After applying the restrictions, Luo Hong pinched the petite female cultivator's neck and fled downwards, and the Iron Tower giant who was blown away by his punch fled. When he flew over, he just saw the Iron Tower giant struggling to climb out of a pile of boulders that he had smashed down. At this time, his magical power was broken, and his body had returned to its normal size. His left hand was holding a soft right arm, and his face was full of pain. This person's body refining skills are extraordinary. He was able to move after taking my punch. As soon as he floated into the air, the Iron Tower giant saw Luo Hong pinching the petite female cultivator's neck, and immediately pursed his lips, with a look of struggle in his eyes. Dao, there is no more than 3 times. This is your last chance. Luo Hong looked at the Iron Tower giant indifferently, waiting for his answer. Ahem. Dao Luo is indeed worthy of his reputation. My husband and I are no match for him. But if I tell you, not only will my husband and I die, but even the family behind us will be wiped out. So, the Iron Tower giant's eyes condensed, and finally took a look at the petite female cultivator, and his body suddenly swelled up. Boom. A shocking sound spread all over the field, and the violent spiritual wave lifted the ground within a radius of 10 miles, forever changing the surrounding terrain. Even Luo Hong did not dare to underestimate the self-explosion of a yuanying cultivator. When he noticed that the Iron Tower giant was determined, he immediately used the 5-element escape to distance himself, and sacrificed the lightless shield and the spirit turtle shield. Damn it. Why be so decisive? Luo Hong cursed inwardly, and took out a handful of blood pills from the Wanbao bag and swallowed them. The yuanying self-explosion came violently, and went away quickly. In just over 10 breaths, a yuanying cultivator completely disappeared between heaven and earth. Luo Hong flicked his sleeves, and raised a gust of wind, sweeping the surrounding universe. Looking at the petite female cultivator with dull eyes in his hand, he couldn't help feeling a little annoyed, and said in a deep voice, "It seems that you can't tell it either. My husband and I have never cultivated immortals for ourselves. Taoist friend, please do it." The petite female cultivator recalled the past. A deep sadness appeared on her face, and slowly closed her eyes. Dead warriors? They can actually cultivate dead warriors with yuanying cultivation. I guess the person behind this is no more than the 3 great monks. Thinking of this, Luo Hong put his palms together to form a knife, stabbed into the dantian of the petite female cultivator, and grabbed her nascent soul. But unfortunately, it was as expected. As soon as the fluctuations of the soul-searching technique were transmitted to the nascent soul of the petite female cultivator, something strange happened inside. A green fire ghost head emerged from the nascent soul, and after a strange laugh, it began to bite the nascent soul of the petite female cultivator. The speed of the green fire ghost head devouring the nascent soul was extremely fast, and the source of its power was mysterious. It was not an ordinary ghost, and Luo Hong was powerless to stop it. In desperation, Luo Hong closed his 5 fingers and directly crushed the nascent soul of the petite female cultivator, saving her from suffering anymore, and saving himself from enduring her screams. After habitually ejecting a small fireball and burning the petite female cultivator's body, Luo Hong took back the 5-element flags arranged around him with a gloomy face, and flew away in the direction of Wushan. The existence of the nascent soul level dead soldiers is enough to lock the person behind the scenes within the range of the 3 great cultivators. Luo Hong trusts Wei Wu'er more. After all, his attitude towards the late-stage great perfection Han Old Demon makes it difficult for people to be suspicious. In comparison, Master Xiang and He Huan Old Demon are much more suspicious. When Han Old Demon was threatening the whole south, Master Xiang wanted to unite Wei Wu'er and He Huan Old Demon to deal with Han Old Demon. Because of Wei Wu'er's on-the-spot refusal, this alliance failed. Although He Huan Old Demon did not make any moves on the surface, he secretly made a move and gave Han Old Demon a treasure that was ostensibly a gathering spirit bead, but was actually a wood birth bead through the hands of the ghost spirit sect, in an attempt to hinder Han Old Demon from becoming a god. Obviously, the 2 of them are far less open-minded than Wei Wu'er. Luo Hong believes that the person behind the scenes this time is either one of them or both of them. HMPH. Wait until I solve the hidden dangers of my physical body, and then I will settle this account with them. Chapter 406 Colorful Feathers. After returning to Shuojin Peak, Luo Hong retreated into the cave he had built temporarily, opened the restrictions, and meditated. Half a day later, when his condition had returned to its best, Luo Hong stopped practicing, opened his eyes, and took out the 5 feathers. The 5 ancestors went to such great lengths to refine this thing. I want to see what magical power this thing has. Judging from the situation that day, all the monsters imprisoned in the monster realm were sacrifices for this thing. It was an amazing feat to seize the 5 element of the monsters, condense one's body, and achieve spiritual ascension. After sighing, Luo Hong focused his attention on the 5 feathers. He saw that except for the colors belonging to the 5 element, the shapes and sizes of these 5 feathers were almost exactly the same, and they exuded a strong breath of the 5 element essence. After exploring with his spiritual consciousness, Luo Hong found that these 5 feathers already contained some basic restrictions, and it was obvious that they had already been initially sacrificed and refined. This person must be the real owner of these 5 feathers, but he must have encountered some misfortune later, so I can take advantage of him now. Since the restrictions in the feathers are closely related to the great 5 element Tang Shengju, Luo Hong can slightly drive them without doing anything at this moment. He was very interested in the colorful spiritual light that could extremely inert the spirit particles and make the magic weapons and magical powers completely ineffective. Therefore, he immediately infused magic power into the 5 colored feathers, hoping to reproduce the colorful spiritual light of that day. Although the 5 colored feathers are distinct, the flow of their auras has already made them form a whole. As soon as they came into contact with Luo Hong's magic power, the 5 colored feathers glowed brightly, and a vast 5 colored spiritual light emerged, forming a small ball, and wrapping the 5 colored feathers in it. Luo Hong's mind moved, and he wanted to drive the 5 colored spiritual light, but no matter how he used the secret method, he could not mobilize the 5 colored spiritual light at all. Could it be that this thing needs the great 5 element universal saint technique to drive it? Luo Hong murmured, and then he activated the great 5 element universal saint technique, then stretched out a finger and shot out a white beam of light. Immediately, the 5 colored spiritual light responded, and flew slowly towards Luo Hong like a piece of gauze. Seeing this, Luo Hong stretched out his right palm to hold it, but suddenly his mind flashed through the scenes of many times he had suffered heavy consequences due to reckless exploration of the unknown, so he only stretched out one finger. As a result, as soon as Luo Hong's finger touched the 5 colored spiritual light, the 5 element contained in his body rushed towards the 5 colored spiritual light like a flood. These 5 element are the foundation of Luo Hong's body, and he cannot lose too much normally, not to mention that he now has hidden dangers in his body. Shocked, Luo Hong immediately wanted to cut off the connection with the 5 colored spiritual light, but an inexplicable suction force firmly stuck his finger to the 5 colored spiritual light. What's even more terrible is that, after absorbing the 5 element of energy that Luo Hong had refined with the great 5 element Tang Shengju, the 5 colored spiritual light became stronger and stronger, and gradually tended to spread to his arm. At the critical moment, Luo Hong was not panicked. After all, he had experienced the same thing many times. After realizing that something was wrong, he decisively urged his divine consciousness, and a golden stream of light flew out from his sleeves and immediately circled around his fingers. Because the 5 element of energy on the fingers that were in contact with the 5 colored spiritual light were the most seriously damaged, and the golden moon scimitar was sharp enough, Luo Hong's fingers were neatly cut off after one circle, and the abnormality suddenly subsided. The pain of the broken finger was nothing to Luo Hong, who had experienced many storms, and it didn't even make him frown a little. At this moment, he stared at the broken half of the finger, and saw that when the 5 element of energy were drained, the broken finger turned into something like a dead tree, and it seemed that it would break into fine sand at the touch. So after the 5 element are drained, the body will change like this. Luo Hong nodded in understanding. Due to the lack of subsequent mana supply, the colorful spiritual light quickly dimmed and finally returned to the colorful feathers. Seeing that the change had completely subsided, Luo Hong pinched out a spell with one hand, and the divine eye between his eyebrows opened, revealing a vertical eye with a black bottom and blood pupil. Then he urged his magic power, and a blood light shot out from the blood raw eye, covering his broken finger. Suddenly, the flesh and bones grew, and reconstructed at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a few breaths, Luo Hong moved his palm, that had been restored to its original state, and stopped his magic. Brother Luo, since this thing is a treasure refined by the ancestors of the 5 families, how could it backfire on you who practiced their ancestors' skills? Yuan Yao was shocked. You know, if Luo Hong had just hesitated and been careless, he would probably become a ghost with him at this time. This is not surprising. It's because Luo's skills are not yet perfect. The backlash of the 5-colored spiritual light is actually the absorption of the lower existence by the higher existence in the same source. In other words, unless Luo Hong practices the great 5-element Tang Shengju to the 2nd level, and condenses the acquired 5-element body, he cannot touch the 5-colored spiritual light. However, although he cannot touch it, it is not impossible to use its magical power. The 5-colored spiritual waves on that day are actually the kind of spiritual waves that will be produced when the spirit is ascended, and Luo Hong knows how to make spiritual waves. In addition, this characteristic of the 5-colored spiritual light also made Luo Hong understand the essence of the bloodline restriction of the 5 families in Wuxian. Maybe there is no need to take out this treasure at that time. Just use the 5-element of energy condensed by the great 5-element Tang Shengju to help them break the ban. As for the 5-element of energy, there is no need to think about it. Even if it can be extracted, Luo Hong will not do it. The 5-colored feathers are obviously related to the practice of the late stage of the great 5-element Tang Shengju. Destroying this treasure is to cut off one's own future. Compared with the 5-colored feathers, the evil demon body is much easier to use, but it is not easy to refine it into evil clouds. Not only does it require a lot of spiritual materials, but it also takes a lot of time. It is obviously not suitable to do it now. Therefore, although Luo Hong gained a lot during the trip to the 10,000 demon realm, he could not use it immediately, let alone change his original plan. 3 months later, the immortal cultivators who passed through the Wuxian mountain found that the mountain had been covered with white fog since some time ago, covering most of the mountain, and it did not dissipate all day long. Some curious people went to investigate and found that the white fog had the effect of obscuring the divine consciousness, and they knew that this fog was not simple. Some people even speculated that there was a treasure in the Wuxian mountain, and this thick fog was the phenomenon caused by the treasure. So, some brave immortal cultivators went into the fog to search together, but they all went and never returned, which directly discouraged those who came later. However, 7 days later, these cultivators who broke into the fog came out of the sea of fog. They were all weak, but fortunately their lives were safe. Along with them came another piece of news, which was, the sect where the Supreme Rainbow Lord was located, was going to move to Wuxian. From now on, Wuxian would be the important place of the sect of Huangfeng Valley. No one could trespass without permission, otherwise they would be severely punished. Luo Hong's name was now a household name in Xianan. As soon as the news came out, the curious people who stayed around Wuxian immediately scattered like birds and beasts. Within 3 days, there were no traces of immortal cultivators within 1,000 miles of Wuxian. After all, no one wanted to die inexplicably. Senior Luo, your Yunlang Wusuo formation is so magical that even the 2 casual cultivators in the Jiandan stage were completely lost in it. If Senior Luo hadn't taken the initiative to point out a way out for them, they would probably have been trapped to death in the fog. At this moment, Qian Milan was floating above the main peak of Wuxian with Luo Hong, and she was amazed at the formation that Luo Hong had arranged these days. Chapter 407, Breaking and Setting Up the Formation. This formation is just a little bigger in scope. It can only be used to deal with cultivators below the nascent soul stage. It's not that great. Luo Hong held the formation plate in his hand, frowned as he calculated something, and replied casually, "Isn't this great? How many nascent soul cultivators are there in the entire Xianan? If this formation is obtained by those medium-sized sects, I'm afraid it will be used as a sect protection item." Qian Milan secretly exclaimed. Her vision was completely different from Luo Hong's. Pass the order down. The Xianzi number 3 formation flag of Yamu Peak will be moved 3 inches to the east. The dizzy number 6 spiritual seal of Outer Peak is insufficient. Luo Peak. Luo Hong suddenly stopped calculating and gave Kyan Mulan a series of instructions. Although he spoke in an extremely detailed and messy manner, it was not difficult for Regind Cultivator to remember it completely. Then he took out a piece of sound transmission talisman and conveyed Luo Hong's adjustments to the formations of each peak. After waiting quietly for a while, Luo Hong found that the flow of spiritual energy finally perfectly met his expectations, so he nodded gently and said, "It's okay. Master Kyan, let the 5 members of your family leave the mountain for the time being." When Luo breaks the 5-element prison sealing array, the noise may be a little loud. A little loud? Kyan Mulan's heart trembled. Based on her understanding of Luo Hong, his "a little loud" meant very loud to them. She did not dare to neglect it at all, and ordered the 5 members of the family to evacuate 100 miles away. Because the 5 families did not have many members and there were immortal cultivators to help, the evacuation was completed after more than half an hour. Senior Luo, it's okay. After receiving the response sound transmission note, Kyan Mulan nodded gently. Luo Hong did not say much, and immediately offered the array plate in his hand, and pointed his sword to shoot out a pillar of magic light. As the array plate rotated in a certain pattern, a huge white light shield gradually formed around the main peak of Washan, and at the same time, a pillar of spiritual energy rose to the sky from each of the 5 spiritual peaks on the periphery. The sky-high spiritual pillars condensed seals with overflowing spiritual light 100 feet above each peak. These 5 seals were only a few feet square, but the spiritual energy fluctuations they emitted were extremely terrifying. After a moment, the aura of the 5 spiritual seals reached its peak, and Luo Hong cast another spell. The 5 spiritual seals suddenly felt the response, and instantly fell downwards like thunder. There was a loud rumble that merged into one, and the 5 spiritual peaks all trembled violently. Rich spiritual energy surged out of the cracks in the mountain, which did not look like a small spiritual vein at all. As the 5 sounds that seemed to break like chains rang out, Luo Hong's gathered power to break the formation was transmitted from the top of the peak to the bottom of the peak. At this time, the ground and rocks were seen rolling, as if 5 earth dragons were rushing from the 5 spiritual peaks to the main peak of Washan, stirring up the mountains, and overturning the ground, and all the birds and beasts fled. If it were not for the Yunlong Wusao formation to stop it, it would probably form a beast tide and attack the surrounding mortal towns. Soon, the 5 earth dragons rushed to the main peak. With a muffled bang, the white light shield covering the main peak fluctuated violently, as if it would collapse in the next moment. Luo Hong was in it at this time, but his expression was calm, because all of this was within his calculations. After a while, the fluctuations subsided. Luo Hong used his spiritual sense to explore it, and then he said with a smile, "Master Kyan, I didn't expect that this 5-element prison sealing array is not only a shackle for the 5 family members of your family, but also a shackle for the 5 spiritual veins. Have you ever thought that the spiritual vein of Shuajan Peak is a medium-sized spiritual vein?" Without waiting for Kyan Mulan to answer, Luo Hong waved his hand to release the 5-element dragon, and ordered, "You use your magic power to maintain the existence of the main array here, so that I can set up a space transmission array." The 5-element prison sealing array sealed many things, but it did not seal the 10,000 demon realm. In fact, the existence of this array is to make it easier to open the 10,000 demon realm. Space fragments are rare good things, enough to become the foundation of a sect, and Luo Hong must keep them. "Yes, Master." The 5-element dragons responded in unison. Since they were beaten by Luo Hong, they were obviously much more obedient. The space teleportation array is an ancient array, which is used to connect the human world with space fragments. The array Jade Slip records that this array was used to connect Lingmeo Garden. The difficulty of setting up the space teleportation array lies mainly in the precise positioning of space fragments and the large amount of activated spiritual energy. Luo Hong has a ready-made channel and the help of the physical examination form, so he can get the former done with a little effort. The latter is not a problem at all after the 5 evils gathering spirit array is set up. Therefore, it only took Luo Hong half a month to set up the space teleportation array. At this point, the 5-element sealing prison array, which has existed for tens of thousands of years, can be completely retired. As the spiritual light on the array plate converged, the white light cover dissipated from the main peak of Washan, and the 5 stone platforms on the top of the peak suddenly cracked. Next, it's the main event. Master Kyan, tell the 5 families to split the earth and open the mountain according to this diagram. Luo Hong threw out a formation diagram he had drawn and ordered without any courtesy. Although he was ordering them around like a donkey now, when the 5 evils gathering spirit formation was set up, all the resentment would disappear. This is going to turn Washan upside down. Senior Luo, such a huge project may take us 3 years to complete. Can you transfer some people from Huangfeng Valley? Kyan Mulan held the formation diagram in her hand. Although she couldn't understand the mystery in it at all, she could still see how much work was needed. The affairs of the sect's relocation are much more than this. Senior brother Ling, who probably just started it now. It is impossible to transfer people from Huangfeng Valley. However, Luo can't wait for 3 years. You can take the puppets in this storage bag and distribute them to the 5 families. Luo Hong also knew the difficulty, so he threw out a storage bag and said, "There are so many high-level puppets." After Kyan Mulan's spiritual sense probed, she was immediately surprised, and then she confidently folded her hands and said, "With the help of these high-level puppets, we will complete the senior's entrustment within half a year." "That's good," Luo Hong replied a little tiredly. Just as Luo Hong was building a large-scale project in Washan and frantically setting up the formation, Wei Wu'er was angry at his nephew Wei Lycan outside Xian'ai City in the 9 Kingdoms Alliance. "You idiot. Who told you to take the Yin Yang Ruaichu out of the treasure house, uncle? Didn't you say that we should go all out in this battle with Mulan? Otherwise if we lose, our 9 Kingdoms Alliance will be the most damaged among the 4 forces in Xianan. So there is no need to be stingy with the resources in the treasure house as long as it is beneficial to the war. Just take it out and use it." Wei Lycan did not have the prestige of a Yuanying cultivator in front of Wei Wu'er, and responded timidly, "I did say that, but you didn't even think about where this is. This is the back of Xian'ai City, the side closest to Xianan. Don't you even know the key to siege by encircling 3 sides and missing 1? The Milan people are unlikely to attack from this direction, but you let that person use the sect's treasure to set up such a large formation, and you still say that there is nothing wrong with it." Wei Wu'er pointed to the Kyankan reversal formation under the black and white Takai Pisces diagram not far away, and said angrily, "After all, shouldn't most of the responsibility be on that person? Why does uncle hold on to his nephew instead of arguing with that person? He learned a few days ago that Nangang Wan, who was going to form a Taoist partner with him, had fallen, and now he was inexplicably scolded by Wei Wu'er. He felt extremely aggrieved in his heart, and he actually talked back for the first time. "You dare to be stubborn." Wei Wu'er's face froze, and then he said angrily. Before he finished speaking, he condensed a green magic hand, grabbed Wei Lycan, and threw him into the Kyankan reversal formation. "You also have to give me a taste of the power of this formation." Chapter 408, Milan's Invitation. After facilitating the peace talks with the Milan people, although Xian'ai City was not completely withdrawn, its defense force was bound to be greatly reduced. The various magic arrays on the periphery should also be appropriately reduced, otherwise the daily consumption of spiritual stones would be too heavy a burden. Other arrays are easy to deal with, but this Kyankan reversal array is extremely troublesome. Although Wei Wu'er has the forbidden token to control this array, Luo Hong set up this array to verify his understanding of the balance of yin and yang, so the large array is not perfect in some aspects. Of course, it is mainly because Luo Hong did not think of dismantling it when setting up the array. Although Wei Wu'er can move freely in the array with the forbidden token, and is not affected by the array, as long as he approaches the center of the array, that is, the place where the Yin Yang Ruaichu is located, the large array will operate violently as if stimulated. At this time, the forbidden token is directly invalid. Caught off guard, Wei Wu'er was thrown into the air by the sudden chaos of Kyankan power, and then he was rambling and embarrassed. The most uncomfortable thing is that, although he has the ability to break the formation by force, the connection between the formation and the Yin Yang Ruaichu is so close that once he attacks with all his strength, the treasure is likely to be destroyed along with the formation. He was so annoyed that he called Wei Lycan who was in charge of the sect's treasury, to scold him. "Master, it seems that, if you want to get the Yin-Yang Ruaiju back, you have to ask that person to do it." Just as Wei Lycan was struggling to resist the power of heaven and earth in the formation, another cultivator in the early stage of the nascent soul in the Huai sect said with a wry smile, "This person has a handsome appearance, and is dressed like a scholar. You can smell a scent of powder from him, when you get close to him. Junior brother Do, what is fellow Daoist Luo busy with today? Have you heard about it?" Speaking of Luo Hong, Wei Wuai's expression couldn't help but become serious, and he asked in a deep voice, "According to the instructions of the sect master, we have put all our investigations on the surface, so we have not obtained much information. We only know that the man has been setting up a large formation in Washan for several months. Now, Washan is shrouded in thick fog, and we don't know what the man is doing in it at the moment." The handsome scholar shook his head and responded, thinking that such a level of investigation was basically useless, and we could only know what the other party was willing to let them know. "Well, fellow Daoist Luo has such magical powers, and it is natural for us to investigate his movements, but we can only stop at the surface, otherwise we may become enemies with him. By the way, junior brother Do, have you found out about the situation in Washan? Fellow Daoist Luo attaches so much importance to this place, it must be extraordinary." Wei Wuai couldn't help but think of the scene when Luo Hong took the initiative to propose to move the Yellow Maple Valley to Washan, and he had some doubts at that time. To be honest, Washan is nothing special, except for the fact that there are 5 small spiritual veins belonging to the 5 element. There is nothing worth mentioning. But looking at the man's current actions, he wants to turn Washan into his own dojo and use formations to manage it as solid as a rock. The handsome scholar frowned slightly. He really couldn't understand why Luo Hong attached so much importance to Washan. 5 element spiritual veins? Among Daoist Luo's famous magic weapons is a set of 5 element flags. It is said that he also has a 5 element dragon as his spiritual beast. Presumably, the cultivation method he practices is closely related to the 5 element. If the power of the formation is used to condense the 5 element spiritual veins, it will definitely be of great benefit to his cultivation. I'm afraid that within a few decades, we will receive news that Daoist Luo has advanced to the middle stage of the nascent soul. After thinking about it from his own perspective, Wei Wuai thought that only when it was related to his own cultivation could Luo Hong make such a big move. Oh, by the way, Sect Master, the Milan people sent another message today, wanting to talk to fellow Daoist Luo. It seems that they have something to discuss. The handsome scholar talked about another strange thing. Luo Hong was obviously one of the culprits that caused the Milan people to lose in the war, but he acted like a close friend, inviting him every few days. If the Milan people were not so busy with their affairs at this time, I'm afraid that the Milan God Master would come to invite him personally. Humph. Fellow Daoist Luo killed the helper they invited. How can they have good intentions? Even if the Milan God Master came to invite him personally, I would refuse on his behalf. Wei Wuai said firmly, but it is unknown whether it was for Luo Hong's safety. As soon as the voice fell, a flame flew from the direction of Xianai City. After sensing it with his spiritual sense, Wei Wuai stretched out his hand and the flame flew in front of him immediately, turning into a sound transmission talisman. After hearing the content of the sound transmission talisman, Wei Wuai and the handsome scholar beside him looked strange at the same time. The Mulan Divine Master actually came. After looking at each other, the two fled to Xianai City. This was the first meeting with the Mulan Divine Master after the peace talks, so they must take it seriously. Wait, uncle. Save me before you leave. Wei Lycan was dumbfounded and shouted loudly. But Wei Wuai and the others had already fled far away, so naturally they couldn't hear it. In the peace terms of both sides, Xianai City was the only place in the south of the world that the Mulan people could set foot on after the armistice. This made this fortress stone city gradually evolve into a trading city that communicated between the two tribes. Compared with before the war, it was less solemn and murderous, and more lively. At this time, in the most luxurious pavilion, the Divine Master Zhang was sitting opposite Wei Wuai, and the handsome scholar was standing behind Wei Wuai. Brother Zhang, you came here alone this time. I wonder if it is for public or private reasons? As soon as he sat down, Wei Wu'er asked straight to the point. I came here for both public and private reasons. The Divine Master surnamed Zhang smiled slightly, took out a storage bag, pushed it in front of Wei Wu'er and said, "This is a little gift from my Mulan clan. Please accept it. I wonder if your alliance has conveyed my clan's invitation to fellow Daoist Luo." Wei Wu'er extended his divine sense to explore the storage bag and was immediately surprised by the generosity of the Milan people. Haha, they only asked whether they would convey it. It seems that they are very confident that Luo Hong will accept the invitation. Is there any tacit understanding between the two parties? Well, fellow Daoist Luo is busy with the relocation of the sect at this time. It won't be too late to convey the noble's invitation later. Wei Wu'er did not move the storage bag and said with obvious evasion, "If Brother Wei is worried that our clan will harm fellow Daoist Luo, there is no need to worry. After all, fellow Daoist Luo did not kill my Mulan magistrate on the battlefield, and our clan really has no need to offend him for an outsider. This time, our clan invited fellow Daoist Luo for an important matter, so please help me, Brother Wei." The Zhang surnamed Divine Master put down his attitude and begged with his hands folded. "I'm sorry, Brother Zhang. Fellow Daoist Luo is an important member of our 9 Nations Alliance. Wei does not want him to put himself in danger, even if the nobles do not have a deep hatred for him." Wei Wu'er did not believe what the Zhang surnamed Divine Master said. The great Jinyan Luo sect was not easy to mess with. Who knows what the Milan people would do under pressure. Zhang understands. Haha, let's not talk about this for now. Zhang is here to thank Brother Wei for making concessions at the peace conference. I think Brother Wei has been criticized a lot in the alliance for giving 2 countries to our clan. The Zhang surnamed Divine Master seemed to have expected that things would not be so simple and calmly changed the topic. "Although there are gossips, do you think I care?" Wei Wu'er raised his eyebrows and asked. "I feel really bad for letting you worry about my clan. This is a small gift from me to thank you. Please don't despise it." The Zhang surnamed Divine Master looked ashamed, took out a small white-necked bottle from his sleeve, and gently placed it in front of Wei Wu'er. "A small gift? Haha, this is probably the real inducement." Wei Wu'er's heart moved, and he took up the small bottle without changing his expression, and wiped off the restriction on the bottle cap with a touch of his finger. As soon as he opened it, a trace of withered yellow air floated out of the bottle mouth. Wei Wu'er was stunned at first, and then his eyes widened, and he immediately put the bottle cap back, and said to the handsome scholar who had not yet reacted, "Hurry up and use your magic power to protect yourself." Although the handsome scholar was confused by Wei Wu'er's order, he still did it subconsciously. As a result, as soon as he used his magic power, he felt that the magic power that could flow freely with his mind was like an old ox that could not be dragged, and he even felt as Ian gradually worsened. Fortunately, his cultivation was not weak. Although it was strenuous, he still used his magic power to protect his whole body in time. Then, all the strangeness disappeared, as if the feeling just now was an illusion. I wonder if Brother Wei is satisfied with Zhang's thank you gift. The Divine Master surnamed Zhang also held up a layer of silver shield at this moment, and said with a smile, "The mulberry withering poison among the 10 deadly poisons. Brother Zhang is really generous." Wei Wu'er's hand holding the small bottle loosened and tightened, and loosened, and the expression on his face kept changing. After a moment, he suddenly laughed, accepted the small bottle and the storage bag on the table, and said enthusiastically, "Since it is difficult to refuse Brother Zhang's kindness, then I will be disrespectful to refuse it. To be honest with you, I have not had a good time in the 9 Nations Alliance recently. As long as Brother Wei likes it. Since the thank you gift has been sent, I will not stay any longer. There are so many things to do in the clan. I hope Brother Wei will not be offended." Seeing that his goal had been achieved, the Zhang surnamed master wanted to leave immediately. Wei Wu'er symbolically tried to keep him, and then sent him out. After watching the Zhang surnamed master flee, Wei Wu'er and the handsome scholar returned to the house. Before they sat down, the handsome scholar could not help but ask, "Master, why did you suddenly change your mind and agree to the request of the Milan people?" Although the 10 deadly poisons were of great benefit to Wei Wu'er, who practiced poison skills. Based on the handsome scholar's understanding of him, this temptation was not enough to make him change his mind. There must be deeper considerations. Haha, even though the 10 deadly poisons are so precious, isn't the attitude of the Milan people obvious? It's the beginning of the peace talks, so the Milan people are particularly abiding by the treaty to avoid unnecessary friction. But do you think that when they really make up their minds, how binding will the treaty be? Wei Wu's face was gloomy. He knew very well that, if he refused the gift today, the Milan people would sneak into Cheyenne tomorrow, and go directly to Luo Hong. Although fellow Daoist Luo has great magical powers, it is too exaggerated for the Milan people to invite him at the risk of breaking the peace talks and endangering the clan. The handsome scholar shook his head and said he didn't understand. Chapter 409 Decisive Rejection. Unless, if they don't invite Luo Hong, there will be a greater danger of genocide. Wei Wu narrowed his eyes, and he intuitively felt that he had grasped the key. Greater danger of genocide? By the way, Sect Master, if we calculate the time, it will be the Millennium Festival of the Milan and Tuwu tribes in more than 10 years. Could it be that the abnormality of the Milan people is related to the Millennium Festival? The handsome scholar suddenly had a flash of inspiration and suddenly remembered the fragments he had read in the classics. Unfortunately, Cheyenne and the grassland did not have close exchanges, and knew very little about the Millennium Festival of the two tribes. I only know that there is such a thing, but I don't know what the two tribes will do specifically, and what the significance is. The Milan people are so anxious to invite Brother Luo to come, just to borrow his magical power. The Millennium sacrifice between the two tribes on the grassland may be bloody. Junior brother Do, please go and hand over this secret letter from the Milan people to Brother Luo, and also tell him about the Millennium sacrifice. Wei Wu took out a jade slip from the storage bag given by the Zhang surnamed master and said, in addition, send more people to the grassland. Master, are you afraid that the Milan people will show signs of fatigue during the Millennium sacrifice, and let the Tuwu people make up their minds to attack in a big way? The handsome scholar was also a smart person, and he immediately understood Wei Wu's meaning. Although if Brother Luo participates in it, the Milan people will have a great chance of winning, but as the leader of an alliance, you still have to be on guard. Make arrangements. Wei Wu said, and walked out of the house. Yes, master. The handsome scholar bowed in response. A month later, in the main hall of Washan Mountain, Luo Hong held a jade slip in his hand, and politely sent the handsome scholar who came to visit to the mountain gate. Dao Do, thank you for your trip. Luo is here to thank you. Dao Luo, you don't have to be polite. Do is just following orders. Do has already passed on the news. As for whether to go or not, it is up to you to decide. The handsome scholar did not dare to put on the airs of a top sect cultivator in front of Luo Hong, and said with a pleasant face, oh, by the way, the alliance intends to remove the Kyankan reversal formation outside Cheyenne City. I wonder if Luo Dao is willing to do so. Before the handsome scholar finished speaking, Luo Hong understood, and immediately took out a formation plate and said, Luo's skills are not good enough. Brother Do just needs to put this formation plate into the eye of the formation, and the formation can be withdrawn normally. Luo Hong was quite responsible for the mines he had buried. He came up with a way to deal with them early, but because he was too busy recently, he did not have time to hand them over to the alliance. Brother Luo is indeed very thorough. I will take my leave. After receiving the formation plate, the handsome scholar flew away immediately. After seeing off the visitor, Luo Hong took the jade slip and fled to the temporary cave. As soon as he opened the restriction, Yuan Yao jumped out of his body. Brother Luo, I'm afraid that the Milan people will use you as you expected this time, using cultivation resources to lure you. Luo Hong had previously told Yuan Yao about the methods that the Milan people might use. Now that the Milan people sent a letter, she was naturally very interested. If this is true, they will probably be disappointed. Luo Hong chuckled, then used his divine mind to erase the seal on the jade slip and browse the contents. After a moment, Luo Hong put down the jade slip without changing his expression. What's the matter, Brother Luo? What did the Milan people say in the letter? Yuan Yao asked excitedly. This Milan people are quite interesting. They actually want Luo to participate in the grand ceremony of the grassland cultivation world once every 1,000 years as the son of God. Haha, the benefits they give are as I expected, but what they want me to do is ridiculous. Of course, the son of Mulan is not just any outsider. The Tu-Wu tribe has its own means to identify the true and false son of God. Therefore, in order to hide it from the Tu-Wu people, Luo Hong had to go to the Mulan temple several years in advance to receive some kind of baptism. Luo Hong just wanted to say, I gave you face. Regardless of the truth or falsehood of this matter, Luo Hong would never do such a dangerous thing as entering the temple of a big clan in a muddle. What's more, Luo Hong has already used the merits of the war to gather the spiritual materials for spiritual ascension. He only needs to build the 5 evils gathering spirit array to steadily refine the second level of the great 5-element Tang Shengju. Therefore, Luo Hong was completely involved in the dispute between the two tribes on the grassland. In order to show his attitude, Luo Hong directly took out a blank jade slip and left a message in it. I'm very busy. Thank you for the invitation. Then he summoned a black eagle puppet and asked it to send the jade slip and a sound transmission note to the disciples of the Huai sect who were paying attention to his movements. The faces of the Milan people are going to be ugly this time. Yuan Yao smiled with her mouth covered with her hands in gloating. After the peace talks, the capital of the Yu Kingdom was designated as the new holy city by the Milan people. The original palace was directly leveled, and the Milan temple stood here intact. Because the temple itself is a small cave magic weapon, it is very convenient to move. The other areas of the holy city are still busy, with countless magicians shuttling back and forth in the air. In the temple, the 3 divine masters, except for the brocade-robed man, are discussing with the current temple guards and the Saint Leoyan in the secret room of the temple. What the 5 people talked about were all major events related to the entire Mulan tribe, so the atmosphere was solemn. At the end of the meeting, the temple guard who looked like a white-haired old woman suddenly turned to the Divine Master Zhang and said in a deep voice, Divine Master Zhang, it's time to receive a reply from that person. I wonder if that person will come at the invitation. Humph. Our clan has taken out all the precious spiritual objects that have been stored for many years as a price. That person is probably on the way. Leoyan seemed to be very resistant to asking Luo Hong to pretend to be the son of God. As soon as he said that, his face became particularly ugly. It is said that that person collected 5-element spiritual objects everywhere after the war, but the spiritual objects he got were some ordinary spiritual objects, which could not be used to practice the great 5-element Tang Shengju. The skinny old man seemed not to hear Leoyan's dissatisfaction, and said in a calm tone, yes, in this world, only the treasure house of our Milan temple has enough resources for one person to practice the great 5-element Tang Shengju. No matter how powerful that person is, he can't cook without rice. The 4-foot dwarf said very confidently. He shared the same opinion as the skinny old man, and believed that Luo Hong could not refuse their invitation. Although Master Zhang did not speak, his calm expression showed that he did not think anything unexpected would happen. The white-haired old woman smiled and nodded. Just as she was about to speak, she froze as if she sensed something, and then she said with a smile, what a coincidence. The reply from that person has been sent to the temple. As she spoke, the white-haired old woman cast a spell on the table in front of the 5 people, and suddenly a green light circle appeared, and a jade slip slowly emerged from it. Master Zhang did not say anything, and directly shot out a beam of magic light, causing the contents of the jade slip to be projected. The next moment, there was a deathly silence in the secret room of the temple. Chapter 410. The grand formation is completed. Could it be that he has given up practicing the great 5-element sage art? The white-haired old woman said in astonishment. This was the only way to explain Luo Hong's refusal of the invitation. Upon hearing this, Master Zhang was about to retort that no one would give up practicing such a magical skill as the great 5-element sage art, especially when the first level had been mastered and the subsequent methods were known. But he changed his mind and realized that Luo Hong did not seem to lack powerful magical powers. In the battle with the leader of the Luo sect, Luo Hong only showed a little bit of his physical strength and defeated the enemy entirely with the unpredictable power of the heavenly jealous thunder method. Therefore, it seemed natural that the other party was not in a hurry to practice the great 5 element sage art. What should we do? This time our tribe is weaker than ever. If we let the two Wu people get too many boundary crystals during the Millennium Festival, they can summon the clones of the sacred beasts of the spirit world to the lower world. In this way, our tribe will never be able to make a breakthrough in tens of thousands of years. The 4-foot dwarf knew the pros and cons and said worriedly, Master B, as the saint of our tribe, I will never let this happen, even if I risk my life. Lei clenched her fists and said with determination, Master Lei, it's useless to rely on passion alone. Although there are many great masters in our tribe, there are not many who can cross the river of time under the age of 500. Without that person's help, you are alone and have to compete with those of Ildoas and Ajin. How can you stop the two Wu people from getting the boundary crystals? The skinny old man didn't give Lei any face and said bluntly that what she said was just wishful thinking. If there is really no other way, we can only use the holy object of our clan. The white-haired old woman sighed dejectedly and said reluctantly, no, we must not use the holy object. The reaction of the Zhang surnamed Divine Master was very intense, and he immediately objected loudly. Yes, it's not that time yet. If Xianzang succeeds in practicing the secret method, we don't have to invite that person. The 4-foot dwarf explained the reason why the man in brocade robe was not here. He was actually practicing the secret method of sealing his cultivation for the Millennium Festival. Seeing that the other two divine masters were firmly opposed, the skinny old man did not speak, but he knew the danger of practicing the immortal Changchen Gong. Even if Xianzang was in a normal state, he only had a 30% chance of practicing it, and now he had lost a lot of vitality in the battle, and the success rate was already less than 10%. But the skinny old man also knew that, unless there was no hope at all, he would never be able to convince the Zhang surnamed Divine Master and others to take out the holy object. It's a troubled time. The white-haired old woman sighed leisurely, slowly retreated, and gradually disappeared into the shadows. Although the war was over, the undercurrents in the world of immortal cultivation had not diminished at all. However, Luo Hong didn't care about any of this. After staying in Wushan for more than half a year, he finally built the 5 Evils Gathering Spirit Array today. Flying over the main peak of Wushan, Luo Hong saw an extremely huge colorful ring that penetrated through the belly of the 5 spiritual peaks. This was the largest 5 Evils Gathering Spirit Array that Luo Hong had built so far. The concentration of spiritual energy around the main peak of Wushan was even greater than that of those large spiritual veins. It was slightly worse on the 5 spiritual peaks, but it was also far greater than the medium-sized spiritual veins. In the huge holes dug out of the 5 spiritual peaks, there were mysterious runes engraved all around, and the corresponding 5-element flags and 5-element dragons were suppressed here. Although this 5 Evils Gathering Spirit Array could be independent of the 5-element flags, if the 5-element flags were used to make fine adjustments in it, the spiritual pressure in the main spiritual room would be significantly increased. The 5 families of Wushan have now been officially incorporated into Huangfeng Valley. Luo Hong has built a new hall called 5-element Hall for this purpose, and all the cultivators of the 5 families have been included in it, responsible for the protection and repair of the formations of each peak. The main base of Huangfeng Valley is the vast area around the main peak of Wushan. As for the main peak of Wushan, where the spiritual energy is the most abundant, it is the residence of the elders who have reached the Jiandan stage and the elders of the Grand Elder. The most critical main spirit room is hidden in the belly of the main peak of Wushan. There are many formations arranged on the periphery, and only Luo Hong can enter. Brother Luo, your formation is really mysterious. With such a precious land, why worry about my Huangfeng Valley not prospering? After receiving the news that Luo Hong had built the formation, the ancestorling who threw all the affairs at hand aside and rushed to check the effect of the formation. The result was naturally overjoyed. Junior brother, this is a great success. You can arrange for the disciples to move. Luo Hong didn't say anything polite this time. He was very proud of the Wushan 5-element spirit gathering array. However, due to some considerations, Luo Hong did not reveal the existence of the main spirit room. Although practicing in the main spirit room can make the cultivation level advance by leaps and bounds, even Linghu Patriarch may be able to break through the late nascent soul stage in his lifetime, but it cannot help the cultivator break through the god transformation realm and gain more than 1,000 years of life. And at Linghu Patriarch's age, it is impossible to replenish the 5 element of spiritual roots before his life is exhausted. So Luo Hong decided not to test Linghu Patriarch's state of mind to avoid any trouble. Very good. I will go back to preside over the relocation. Junior brother, please don't go out in the next few years. Linghu Patriarch stroked his beard excitedly and nodded. Luo is thinking of refining some small gadgets, and I will stay in Washan in the near future. After the formation was completed, Luo Hong should start to upgrade the 5 element of spiritual materials he collected. HMM. Elder Linghu hummed with satisfaction, and then suddenly seemed to think of something and said, "Oh, by the way, junior sister, you asked me to tell you this time that it might take decades before she can come to Washan to reunite with you. Why is that? Did senior sister have a problem with her cultivation?" Luo Hong was anxious and asked hurriedly. "It is related to cultivation, but not entirely. Didn't junior brother's original cave, Huashan Peak, become an unmelting iceberg due to the change when junior sister Yu formed her infant? Later, junior sister Yu found that if she cultivated with the cold air of this mountain, she could get twice the result with half the effort. For the sake of the great Dao, she naturally couldn't give up such a precious place." Elder Linghu explained with envy. "Wouldn't that be equivalent to trapping herself in Huashan Peak? After Huangfeng Valley moved away, it would be too dangerous for senior sister to stay alone in the sphere of influence of the Milan people. Sister, you want to refine the Huashan Peak within a few decades and make it your own treasure, right? Although this idea is good, you can't ignore the dangers involved. Did you persuade me?" Luo Hong shook his head slightly, very worried about Yu Ruox's safety. "I did persuade her, but Sister Yu was determined and proposed to compete with me to prove her strength." Linghu Patriarch said with a wry smile. "Oh, did you agree? How did you win?" Luo Hong asked with great interest. Although it was just a small test, when Sister Yu was in Huashan Peak, she used the cold air of this peak to perform magical powers that could rival a cultivator in the middle stage of the nascent soul. In addition, there is a teleportation formation in junior brother's cave for emergency situations. I really can't persuade her anymore." Linghu Patriarch sighed helplessly. Yu Ruoxi, who had just entered the nascent soul realm, could rival a cultivator in the middle stage of the nascent soul. No matter what means she used, it should have been extremely shocking. But with Luo Hong as a precious gem, Linghu Patriarch did not have much trouble in his heart. It seems that senior sister has considered everything. Luo Hong muttered to himself and then pondered. Normally, with these guarantees, Yu Ruoxi would not get into trouble, but the people Luo Hong offended were all great cultivators in the late Yuanying stage, so it was a little uncertain. Then, Linghu Patriarch came and left in a hurry, and Luo Hong frowned and fled into the main spirit room. Before he sat down, Yuan Yao escaped from his body and said with some dissatisfaction, "Brother Luo, it is too dangerous for Sister Yu to be alone outside. Why don't you go and persuade her in person? Senior sister has always had her own ideas, and she has already made plans. Even Luo can't persuade her back." Luo Hong never thought that Yu Ruoxi should listen to him, and said with some distress, "Then you shouldn't do nothing." Yuan Yao knew that Luo Hong had been assassinated by the Yuanying dead soldiers, and knew that Jianan was just acting calm at this time, and there were countless dangers in the dark. "Of course I won't do nothing. Those who can threaten my elder sister are currently paying attention to me, but if I don't show up for a long time, or make some noise, I'm afraid they will shift their attention to my elder sister. Humph, in this case, let them see more of my skills." After thinking for a while, Luo Hong had an idea in his mind. He took out the array plate that controlled the Yunlong mist locking array, cast a spell, fiddled with it twice, and then closed part of the restrictions of the array. Then, with a move of his mind, under the subtle adjustment of the 5-element flag, the Washan 5-element gathering spirit array quickly entered the spirit raising mode. At this time, Luo Hong took out a red stone, threw it forward, and said with a slight smile, "The spirit wave of the spirit raising should be enough to attract people's attention. The power of the Washan array can only scare away the cultivators of small sects and a group of independent cultivators, and it does not have any deterrent power to the cultivators of large sects. In the past 6 months, Luo Hong, who has been staying indoors, has indeed caused a lot of speculation from the outside world. Some said he was in seclusion to heal his wounds, some said he was too seriously injured to maintain his cultivation, so he stayed in seclusion, and some even said he was attacked by his magical powers and died. From these negative rumors, it can be seen that most of the sects in Cheyenne are resistant to Luo Hong's sudden rise. Fellow Daoist broken soul, I haven't seen you for many years. I never thought I would meet you here. How are you doing recently?" A smiling red-faced monk suddenly appeared beside the true man of broken soul who was looking at the sea of fog, and asked in a very familiar way, "Humph. I just recovered from my injuries. What's good or bad?" "Bao Yangzi, you and I have never had any contact before, but you took the initiative to come here. Is there something?" True man of broken soul turned his head and faced the supreme elder of the Hehuan sect and said in a bad tone, "Fellow Daoist broken soul, why do you ask, even though you know the answer? Aren't you worried about it and came here to investigate in person?" Bao Yangzi smiled and said indifferently, Chapter 411 Le Yun's visit. HMPH. Fellow Daoist Luo also indirectly helped me on the battlefield that day. Now I'm just worried about his injury, and I'm going to visit him. Unlike you, Bao Yangzi, who stays here for a long time, you are not afraid that a purple thunder will strike and take your life one day. The sects of the demonic path are far from harmonious, and the soul-breaking immortal knows that the other party came to trap him, so he did not give Bao Yangzi a good face. It is not certain whether that person has recovered from his injury now, so why should I be afraid of him? Bao Yangzi waved his hand to show that he had no fear at all. At this moment, an astonishing spiritual energy fluctuation came from the sea of fog. The two turned their heads together, only to see a fiery red spiritual light reflecting the sea of fog, and then a faint spiritual explosion sound came to their ears. "Is this refining treasure?" Bao Yangzi said to himself with doubts. Before he finished speaking, the spiritual energy fluctuation, that was an order of magnitude stronger than before, was captured by the two people's consciousness. The roar also became louder. The two of them were speechless, staring at the sea of fog with serious eyes, as if waiting for something. Soon, a stronger spiritual energy fluctuation came from the sea of fog, and this time, there was not only the sound of spiritual explosion, but also violent red spiritual waves. Fortunately, they were far away, and when the red spiritual waves came, they no longer had much power. As the saying goes, 3 times is the limit. Just when the two thought that this change was over, a spiritual energy fluctuation that even made them feel palpitations broke into their consciousness. Not good. Bao Yangzi's face changed, and he hurriedly fled away. Compared with the soul-breaking immortal who came alone, the Hehuan sect has many disciples here. If there is no protection from him in the next spiritual tide, there will be many casualties. Just like the last time, after the violent spiritual energy fluctuation, there will be a violent spiritual tide. The red spiritual tide surged like a circle of fire waves. Before it came, many low-level cultivators felt burning all over. Fortunately, due to the previous experience, the cultivators around Washanra acted in time. After a commotion, no one died. At this moment, a group of low-level cultivators were flying in the air in a panic. After waiting for a long time, they found that there was no more spiritual fluctuation, so they dared to fly to their original station. However, the next moment, the familiar spiritual fluctuation once again enveloped their spiritual sense. Many low-level cultivators did not care to curse, and they wanted to fly away desperately, because according to experience, this spiritual tide will be more than twice as strong as the last time. After sensing the spiritual fluctuation, the soul-breaking immortal subconsciously wanted to take shelter temporarily, but he soon found that this spiritual fluctuation was only as strong as the first one. Sure enough, after waiting for a while, there was no spiritual tide in the fog sea. After the fire element is the wood element. No wonder that person has a special liking for Washan. It turns out that he wants to use the spirit veins to refine treasures. Thinking of this, the soul-breaking immortal felt relieved. With a monster like Luo Hong as a neighbor, his psychological pressure was not ordinary. Now that he knew Luo Hong's purpose, some of the thoughts in his heart could be dispelled. The soul-breaking immortal immediately disappeared, but the troubles of Bao Yangzi and others had just begun. A few days later, the influence of Luo Hong's initiative to reveal the spirit-raising aura gradually fermented. The most obvious thing was that the rumors about Luo Hong's death and Luo Hong's serious injuries disappeared, and instead, there was a competition to guess what treasure Luo Hong was refining. The speculation about this treasure intensified as Luo Hong's spirit-raising times increased, and the eyes of half of Xianan were attracted to this corner of Wushan. 5 years passed like this. Just when the cultivators in Xianan felt that the spirit tide in Wushan was commonplace, one day, it never appeared again. 5 years was enough for the Yellow Maple Valley to complete its relocation. Now, within the sea of fog, there were pavilions and palaces everywhere between the mountains. Magic arrays and prohibitions could be seen everywhere, and there were many low-level spiritual birds flying freely between the peaks. From top to bottom, the Yellow Maple Valley, whether it was the disciples, deacons, or the guardian elders, had an unprecedented desire to cultivate. It was not because Luo Hong cast a spell on them, but because the spiritual energy in the Yellow Maple Valley was so rich that they could not even dream of it. So although it had just experienced the turmoil of the sect's relocation, the Yellow Maple Valley had already presented a thriving scene. But on this day, the sect welcomed an uninvited guest. Xiaoqia was driving a spiritual boat at this moment, carrying a strange female cultivator in a black robe to the main peak of the Mist Mountain. Soon, they arrived outside the sect's main hall. Uncle Master, Xiaoqia has been ordered to bring the person here. Standing on the spiritual boat, Xiaoqia bowed respectfully. Well, let this person come in alone, you can go back to practice. The old voice of Linghu Patriarch came from the hall. Xiaoqia immediately responded. After the black-robed woman got off the spiritual boat, she flew to the cave at the foot of the mountain. The black-robed woman was about to float into the hall, but she only moved forward a few feet and felt her shoulders sink. A forbidden airban? As soon as the doubt came to her mind, a white lightning flashed above her head. Obviously, if she didn't fall down, the thunder method would be triggered. The black-robed woman gritted her teeth and landed on the jade brick floor unwillingly. She walked into the hall with lotus steps. As soon as she entered the hall, the black-robed woman saw Linghu Patriarch sitting in the first seat. She was about to speak when she heard him say, the dignified Saint Mulan ignored the peace treaty and sneaked into our Xianan territory. If others knew about it, it would be a loss of face for the nobles. The black-robed woman clenched her fists, and a whirlwind swept over her body. The black robe disappeared, revealing the green-shirted woman it covered. Judging from her appearance, it was the Saint of Mulan, Len Yun. Since fellow Daoist Linghu is willing to see me, he will definitely not spread the news of my visit. I'm sure you can guess the purpose of my visit this time. Elder Luo Hong of your noble sect, please come out and see me, Len Yun said solemnly with a stern face. Haha, the saint came at a bad time. My junior brother Luo has been concentrating on refining treasures in recent years, but he has not yet come out of retreat. I'm afraid the saint will come in vain. Elder Linghu had no intention of letting Luo Hong come out to see this woman. He thought that his Huangfeng Valley had just got on the right track, and it was time to concentrate on development. This woman must have come to Luo Hong because of trouble, so he wanted to stop her. However, Elder Linghu was not sure what kind of connection Luo Hong had with Mulan Renjian, but he did not dare to directly refuse this woman, so as not to miss Luo Hong's important event. We all know that fellow Daoist Luo is very busy, but this matter is indeed of great importance. Fellow Daoist Linghu is requested to pass on a message for us. We, the Mulan clan, are willing to help fellow Daoist Luo cultivate the innate 5-element body. Innate 5-element body? Ancestor Linghu was shocked. Although he did not know the specific situation of this body, anything that could be related to the word innate was not simple. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel. Mundo fanfic novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 412, Irresistible Innate Temptation. In the main peak of Washan Mountain, in the spiritual room in the belly of the mountain, Luo Hong was sitting cross-legged on a cushion, surrounded by 5 bronze round bottles, each with a high-grade spiritual material floating on top. 5 different colored spiritual energy belonging to the 5 element flowed towards Luo Hong's body like ribbons, making his body emit a great treasure light. As time passed, the 5 element of spiritual energy and the spiritual material were gradually extracted. After shaking twice, it fell into the bronze round bottle below like an ordinary object. At this moment, the bronze round bottle was almost half full. After absorbing enough 5 element of spiritual energy, Luo Hong's hand gestures changed, and his face began to change between 5 colors, just like the exquisite pearls seen that day. After an unknown amount of time, Luo Hong's face finally returned to normal. He opened his eyes and checked the progress of the exercises shown on the physical examination form. The progress of the second level of the Great 5 Element Tang Shengju has reached 92.21%, and it will be practiced in a few days. In addition, in recent years, relying on the ultra-high spiritual pressure in the main spiritual room, his cultivation has also made great progress. He has already stood at the threshold of the middle stage of the nascent soul, and one step forward will break through. But at this time, Luo Hong felt some obstacles at the bottleneck of the small realm for the first time. The spiritual sense told him that it was impossible to break through the realm without the help of some external force, just by absorbing and refining the spiritual energy. After all, there is a limitation of the shielding effect when practicing with spiritual pressure, and it cannot infinitely increase the speed of practice. Just when Luo Hong was considering going to Han Laomo to get some elixirs to eat, he sensed a sound transmission note rushing into the restriction outside the stone gate. "Senior brother Ling who is looking for me." Luo Hong's heart moved, and he stretched out his hand to take the sound transmission note into his hand. After hearing the content, he couldn't help showing a look of surprise, and then his eyes condensed, and his expression was solemn and thoughtful. "The million people actually have a way for me to practice the innate 5 element body, which is really unexpected. Although the acquired 5 element body and the innate 5 element body are only one word apart, the power of their magical powers is a world of difference. It is recorded in the classics that all acquired things are overcome by the corresponding innate things, and the relationship between them is like that between a son and a father. If the acquired 5 element body only greatly reduces the effect of the spiritual arts of the million people, then the innate 5 element body can ensure that it will not be harmed by the spiritual arts of the million people. Although these superficial benefits are attractive enough, Luo Hong has greater ambitions. Acquired things evolve from innate things. This is a natural process in the world of immortal cultivation, just like the basic rule that water flows to lower places. Since the innate can evolve into the acquired can naturally become the innate. If you can see through the rules, the benefits will be endless. With such a big chip, I can't help but come out of seclusion." Luo Hong was undoubtedly tempted. Fortunately, due to the increase in the progress of the practice of the Great 5 Element Tang Shengju, the hidden dangers in his physical body have been greatly alleviated, and he no longer needs to take a handful of blood pills for nothing. Pushing open the stone door, Luo Hong turned into a blue escape light and entered the hall on the top of the peak in a few breaths. "Brother Luo, is your retreat smooth?" Elder Ling Hu asked casually. Among immortal cultivators, such greetings are as common as "have you eaten?" Among mortals, "I'm almost there, but there is no rush." After many spiritual ascensions, Elder Ling Hu completely mistook the main spiritual room for a place to refine treasures. After all, the violent spiritual energy in the spiritual tide is absolutely not suitable for cultivation. After exchanging a few words with Elder Ling Hu, Luo Hong turned to Len Yan who was not far away and politely bowed. "Master Len, how are you? I wonder how the nobles are going to help me cultivate the innate 5 element body. You and I both know how difficult it is. My Milan clan has a sacred object that has been passed down from ancient times to the present. It is called the 5-color stone and contains a stream of innate 5 element. If it is refined, Brother Luo is likely to gain the great magical power of the innate 5 element body. Len Yun said in detail with a cold face. With only 1 in 8 energy, the success rate doesn't seem to be very high. Luo Hong naturally hoped to have as many research materials as possible, so he pretended to be dissatisfied. Fellow Daoist Luo, there is only one such sacred object in my Milan clan. This is the greatest sincerity my clan can show. Len Yun suppressed the anger in her heart and said with great frustration. Luo Hong had expected the other party's answer. Treasures like the 5-colored stone were only inferior to the Zuanshan objects and were hard to find in the world. He was just testing it. Why did the nobles pay such a high price? Although Luo is proud of his magical powers, he is not a match for your 4 great masters of Milan. What the 4 great masters of the nobles can't do, why do you think Luo can do it? Although the treasure is good, life is more important. If it is too dangerous, Luo Hong will never get involved. Our clan just wants to ask fellow Daoist Luo to enter a secret realm with cultivation restrictions and bring out some spiritual materials that are vital to our clan. With fellow Daoist Luo's magical powers, his life will definitely not be threatened. As for the specific situation, please go with me to our clan's temple and the divine masters will naturally explain it to you. Len Yun saw that Luo Hong showed signs of loosening up and felt relieved. That's how it is. After Luo Hong pondered for a moment, he said to Len Yun again, Master Len, please wait outside the temple. I have to discuss this matter with senior brother Ling Hu. Len Yun had said everything she needed to say, and it was up to Luo Hong to decide. So without saying anything, she turned around and walked out of the hall. Junior brother Luo, is it too dangerous to go to the Milan temple? As soon as Len Yun left, Elder Ling Hu said worriedly. If it was in the wild, Luo Hong would definitely be able to escape, even if he met the 4 great divine masters at the same time. But if it is in the temple, that has been passed down by the Milan people for who knows how many years, under the suppression of countless prohibitions, the probability of Luo Hong dying in hatred cannot be ignored. I have used secret techniques to explore, and what this woman said is not false. In fact, the Milan people invited me once 5 years ago. Today, they paid such a high price to invite me again. I think there is no other way. Although there are risks in this trip, they are not big. Besides, the 5-colored stone is really important to Luo Mao, and it cannot be easily let go. Luo Hong said solemnly, and he had made a decision in his heart. Since junior brother must go, I will not persuade him much. I will take care of junior sister Yu, and junior brother does not need to worry about this matter outside. Ancestor Ling Hu sighed slightly. Cultivating immortals is to fight for life against the sky, and it is impossible not to take risks. When he was young, he had gone through countless dangerous places and secret realms, otherwise how could he have achieved his current cultivation? My senior brother is the one who knows me. I would like to thank you. Luo Hong bowed his hands to express his gratitude, then turned and walked out of the hall. When Len Yun saw him coming out, his face suddenly became strange, and then he took out the black robe and put it on again, saying, it will be less than 5 years before the secret realm is opened. There are still some preparations to be made before that. If fellow Daoist Luo has made up his mind, we'd better set off immediately. Although Luo Hong noticed Len Yun's strangeness, he didn't want to waste time guessing the female cultivator's thoughts, so he nodded slightly and said, since it is so urgent, let's take Luo's magic dragon boat to hurry on. As he said that, Luo Hong's mind moved, and he summoned out a spiritual boat with a black dragon clinging to its surface from the treasure bag. This boat was obtained by Luo Hong from the storage bag of the Luo sect's leader. Its escape speed is several times faster than that of a cultivator in the late nascent soul stage. It is an excellent treasure for hurrying on the road. Chapter 413. Please put down the magical weapon. More importantly, this boat can be driven by magic energy. This is even more friendly to Luo Hong, who has the magic hammer. Len Yun's eyebrows jumped when she saw this boat. Obviously, she recognized this boat. Luo Hong's cultivation is too confusing, and people always forget that he is a great cultivator who can kill the late Yuan Ying. Everything is for the tribe. Len Yun said silently in her heart, and flew onto the spirit boat expressionlessly. As Luo Hong offered the magic hammer, the magic dragon boat immediately turned into a black line, cutting through the sea of fog, and rushing to the north. It is not a new thing for cultivators to travel. Compared with Luo Hong's spiritual ascension all day long and making a lot of noise, his coming out of retreat made many people breathe a sigh of relief. Under the speed of the magic dragon boat, Luo Hong and Le Yun only took less than 10 days to get from U State to the capital of U State. Perhaps considering Luo Hong's vigilance, the meeting place this time was not in the temple, but in the upper quiet room of a spirit hall. Unlike the Cheyenne cultivation world, which is supplemented by the cultivation family and dominated by the sect, the Milan people have a smaller population and a sacred bird faith to strengthen the organization, so the control over the mortals in the tribe is much stronger than that in Cheyenne. After every Milan person is enlightened at the age of 12, he must go to the Kaling Hall and various places on a fixed day every year to test his spiritual roots. Luo Hong came at a good time and saw a group of Milan children wearing coarse cloth clothes, led by the elders of the tribe, lining up to pour into the Kaling Hall. It is hard to say that the Milan people made such an arrangement to reassure Luo Hong. After all, if Luo Hong was forced to take action, there would be few living people inside and outside the Kaling Hall. Not many people from the Milan side participated in the meeting this time. In addition to the Zhang surnamed Divine Master that Luo Hong was most familiar with, there was also a white-haired old woman and a skinny old man. Luo Hong had seen the skinny old man from a distance and knew that he was Zhu Yap, the most profound Milan Divine Master. As for the white-haired old woman in the middle stage of the nascent soul, Luo Hong knew nothing about her. However, since she was able to participate in the meeting of the Divine Master and sit in the first place, she naturally had a superior status in the Milan clan. Fellow Daoist Luo, you came twice as early as I expected, but have you finished the work at hand? The white-haired old woman said kindly. Luo Hong smiled slightly and bowed his hands and said, "Thank you for your concern. Although my work has not been completed yet, Master Les said that the noble's work is imminent, so Luo will naturally move faster." Luo Hong said this with only one intention, that is, to show that it is you, the Milan people, who are begging me now, not me begging you, so there is no need to say those boring words and get straight to the point. I wonder how much does fellow Daoist Luo know about the sacred birds of our clan? The skinny old man suddenly asked expressionlessly. The spirit beasts left a backup plan to escape the spiritual world's calamity. Luo Hong directly revealed the root cause of the existence of the Milan holy bird. The two were just mutually beneficial. It seems that fellow Daoist Luo knows a lot about various secrets. That's good, so we can save a lot of trouble. The skinny old man was slightly stunned and secretly shocked. Although he did not think that Luo Hong knew nothing about the spirit world, he did not expect that the other party would know the purpose of the spirit beast's arrival. This is a secret that even many great masters in the Milan clan do not know. My Milan clan is favored by the holy bird, and the Tu Wu clan also has a holy beast. In order to let the clone of the spirit beast descend to the world, a lot of resources are needed. The long-standing disputes between my clan and the Tu Wu people are due to the competition for these resources. The white-haired woman sighed slightly. The existence of the holy bird is both a blessing and the source of disputes. Needless to say, the benefits of the clones of the spirit beasts descending to the world are self-evident for the Milan people or the Tu Wu people. Basically, as long as one side can succeed, the current advantages and disadvantages will not matter. It is not because the clones of the spirit beasts are strong enough, but because the spiritual magic inheritance they master is the best capital for the rise of a large force. According to the original timeline, not long after the Tu Wu people almost monopolized the grassland, they successfully led their holy beast clones to the world. But their luck was bad. Before the holy beast clones could grow up, they were taken away by Han Lao Mo, and they didn't get any benefits. In this case, the secret realm that Master Le mentioned should contain important resources for leading the clones of the spirit beasts to the world. May I ask where that secret realm is? What are those resources? The answers to these two questions will determine whether Luo Hong will leave or stay. As soon as the voice fell, Luo Hong clearly noticed the hesitation on the face of the white-haired old woman. At this time, the Divine Master surnamed Zhang, who had been silent until now, took out a piece of gloomy leather paper and said in a deep voice, "That secret place is one of the biggest secrets of my Milan clan. It has never been revealed to outsiders in history. Although I have no choice but to ask for help from fellow Daoist Luo, I also ask fellow Daoist Luo to leave a drop of blood on this nether ghost contract. Nether ghost contract? Luo Hong's heart moved. He had seen this thing in the storage bag of King Guiyang Old Demon. It was a contractual forbidden item handed down from ancient times. After checking the contents on the leather paper, Luo Hong didn't see any problems. The main thing was to ask him to keep it secret. All the items were written very simply. Luo Hong was not an unreasonable and overbearing person. The request of the million people was very reasonable, but he felt that this nether ghost contract could not restrict him. I can understand the noble's request, but I have to say in advance that, because of my magical powers, this thing may not work. After reminding the million people, Luo Hong squeezed out a drop of blood from between his fingers, shook it lightly, and threw it on the leather paper. Then, a ghost head with a green face and fangs emerged from the netherworld ghost contract. After licking the blood and essence that Luo Hong had thrown out, it let out a sinister smile and rushed towards Luo Hong. The next moment, purple lightning flashed across the bloodlines between Luo Hong's eyebrows. A muffled sound came from his body, and an netherworld ghost contract immediately spontaneously combusted strangely, and in an instant it turned into a pile of black ash. Master ZHU, please put down the magic weapon. This is the automatic protection of the divine thunder, and Luo cannot control it. The flash of the purple divine thunder immediately made the atmosphere in the room extremely tense. The skinny old man directly sacrificed a silver bell and looked at Luo Hong with a vigilant face. After staring at Luo Hong for a while, Master Zong flicked his sleeves, swept away the dust on the table, and turned to the white-haired old woman and said, "Old Bay, look at this. Forget it, fellow Daoist Luo. If you swear a heart demon oath on the spot, the restriction can be waived." The white-haired old woman did not expect that things would turn out this way. She was surprised and happy at the moment. After all, there were many rumors in Xianan saying that Luo Hong was no longer able to use the amazing magical power he had on the day of the battle. But the scene just now has completely proved that these are all rumors. And the stronger Luo Hong is, the more likely he is to help them achieve their goals. The binding force of the heart demon oath varies from person to person. For Luo Hong, it is equivalent to nothing. The white-haired old woman also knows that it has no binding force, but it is at least a step to go down. After Luo Hong swore that he would never spread the secret realm related matters, the atmosphere in the room suddenly eased. Sometimes people don't want real guarantees, but just an attitude. Then, the white-haired old woman told Luo Hong about the situation of the secret realm. Although the grassland is vast, there are very few rivers. The only river that runs through the Milan and Tuwu tribes is the Sky River that originates from the Snowtop Holy Mountain. And the entrance to the secret realm is under that Sky River. Chapter 414 Black Domain Secret Realm. Since the two tribes were evenly matched when they discovered this secret realm, they set up many restrictions at the entrance of the secret realm. As a result, each time the secret realm is opened in the future, both tribes must be present at the same time to enter the secret realm. This is the origin of the Millennium Festival. Although they have entered it many times, the Milan people do not know much about the secret realm. They don't even know whether it is a huge space fragment or a secret place in the human world. The inside of the secret realm is dark, and the sky and the ground are all rocky in soil. It seems to be a huge underground cave, so it is called the Black Domain. The danger of the Black Domain mainly comes from the wild beasts in it. These ancient alien species often have amazing magical powers and cannot be dealt with by cultivators of the same level. In addition, there are threats from the Tuwu people and the geniuses of the Dajin sect. Wait a minute, Brother Bay, are you saying that those who can enter the Black Domain are not only the two tribes on the grassland, but also the geniuses of the Dajin sects? Luo Hong said with a look of shock on his face. If all the top sects in Dajin sent people into the Black Domain, the benefits of this secret realm would be far more than the boundary crystals that the other party had just mentioned. Although the entrance to the Black Domain is located at a large geomancy node, which is very rare, there is by no means only one. Perhaps a fellow Daoist Luo looks carefully, he can find a suitable entrance in Xianan. Since the Black Domain was closed in ancient times, the spiritual environment in it is almost the same as in ancient times, and many ancient spiritual medicines can be born. It is said that a great Jinshian Jiao once found the immortal medicine in the Black Domain, which is said to be able to revive the dead. Of course, that was a long time ago. Every time the Black Domain opens, the number of ancient spiritual medicines will decrease. It is estimated that in another 10,000 years, the ancient spiritual medicines in the Black Domain will become extinct. No wonder the Milan people were able to produce 4 great cultivators in the late nascent soul stage, one more than Cheyenne, under the conditions that the total population was far lower than that of Cheyenne and the resources for cultivating immortals were far inferior to those of Cheyenne. I think the ancient spiritual medicines in the Black Domain should account for most of the credit. After the white-haired old woman said this, Luo Hong immediately had enough knowledge about the Black Domain secret realm. This place was a natural reserve for spiritual medicines just like the Blood Forbidden Land. It's just that the Blood Forbidden Land is a protection area for foundation building spiritual medicines, while the Black Domain is a protection area for ancient spiritual medicines. The values are very different, but the nature is the same. Therefore, the cultivators who enter the Black Domain will not be too kind. I'm afraid they will fight each other and snatch spiritual medicines as soon as they meet. Fortunately, the ground vein node that serves as the entrance to the Black Domain can only pass through cultivators below the late nascent soul stage. Moreover, after entering the Black Domain, you have to cross a strange river called the Reincarnation Dark River to reach the real Black Domain. According to the white-haired old woman, this Reincarnation Dark River contains the power of time. All living and dead things will age rapidly when crossing the first half of it, and will gradually recover when crossing the second half. But if the lifespan is insufficient and dies of old age halfway, then it is really dead. Even if the companions carry the corpse through the second half, they will not come back. Therefore, only those cultivators who have at least 500 years of life left can enter the Black Domain to collect medicine. To put it bluntly, this is a battle between the young and strong factions of the nascent soul cultivators. Fellow Daoist Luo, you don't have to worry too much about those Dajinshai and Jiao. Our clan has dealt with them more than once or twice. They know very well that our clan's goal is the boundary crystals in the depths of the Black Domain, not those extremely precious ancient spiritual medicines, so they generally won't attack our clan. The only thing to worry about is the ambitious Tuwu people this time. The white-haired old woman was afraid that Luo Hong would back off after hearing that the Dajinshai and Jiao was involved, so she hurriedly added. However, at this moment, Luo Hong's mind was not on any Dajinshai and Jiao or Tuwu people, but on the Reincarnation Dark River that could go with the flow of time. I wonder if the nobles have ever tried to explore the Reincarnation Dark River, such as diving into the bottom of the river? Luo Hong suddenly asked, after pondering for a moment. Fellow Daoist Luo, you don't know that the water of the Samsara Dark River is very strange. If you cast a spell to collect it, you will get nothing but ordinary water. But if you enter the river in person, you will spend thousands of years in a blink of an eye and either turn into a pile of bones in the first half, or return to your original state in the second half. The Divine Master surnamed Zhang frowned and explained in a deep voice. So, no one has yet discovered the secret of this river. I guess the nobles should have collected water from this river. Can you lend it to me, Luo, to see? Luo Hong was even more excited. No one had discovered the secret, which meant that the benefits of the Samsara Dark River were still there, and it was even more worth studying. This is a small matter. We can send someone to deliver the river water to fellow Daoist Luo later, but before that, there is one more important matter. The white-haired old woman easily agreed to Luo Hong's request, and after a pause, she continued, because the boundary crystal is too important to both of our tribes. When the two tribes were setting up the restrictions, they both considered the possibility that the other party would seek strong reinforcement. If fellow Daoist Luo wants to enter the Black Domain, he must first conceal the blood restriction left by the Tuwu tribe. The means prepared by the nobles are the baptism of the Holy Sun mentioned in the previous secret letter, right? I wonder how to operate it specifically? Luo Hong was not surprised and asked casually. If fellow Daoist Luo had come here at the invitation 10 years ago, he could indeed use the baptism method to allow you to temporarily possess the blood of our tribe. But now there are less than 5 years left, and the baptism method is too late. For now, the only way is to let fellow Daoist Luo and the saint girl of our tribe practice the method of dual cultivation, and pass on the essence to you, so that you can catch up with this Millennium Festival. The white-haired old woman said something extraordinary without changing her expression. Although Lei Yun was unwilling at this moment, she did not say anything to object. It was obvious that she had known about this matter and had prepared herself mentally. Luo Hong's expression froze. She felt that the balance of yin and yang and the Zhenhe pearl was about to collapse. She quickly refused and said, "No. This is absolutely not allowed. Dao Luo, don't misunderstand. This saint girl is devoting herself to my clan, not really to you. After the transfer of essence, you and I can forget about this matter. It will not affect the relationship between Dao and your wife." Lei Yun gritted her teeth and made a solemn expression, as if she was going to the execution ground. As for the senior sister, Luo Hong was not worried at the moment, but the one in his danshan was on the verge of exploding at this moment. Isn't this deceiving yourself? Is there no other way? Luo Hong's attitude surprised the white-haired old woman and others. Logically speaking, Lei Yun had an outstanding appearance and was a virgin. Luo Hong was the one who took advantage of this matter. How could she resist so much? This was completely reversed. I really admire the deep love between Daoist Luo and your wife. However, time is running out, and there is really no other way at this time. I hope Daoist Luo will not be too particular about the details. The Divine Master surnamed Zong bowed and persuaded. Is this a detail? There should be a limit to nonsense. Daoist Luo, do you still want me to beg you? Lei Yun's eyes widened, and she was extremely ashamed and angry. If she hadn't been concerned about the important matters of the clan, she would have taken action long ago. What kind of thing is this? Luo Hong suddenly had a headache. After a change of expression, he stood up and said, "Please allow Luo to consider this for a few days. Also, if possible, send the magic weapon for detecting blood to Luo's residence." After saying that, Luo Hong turned and left. After leaving the door, he turned into a blue escape light and flew to his guest house. Since the Milan people had no way, he had to find a way himself. Chapter 415, Lei Yun's Essence. The guest house arranged by the Milan people for Luo Hong had no restrictions. It was just a luxurious pavilion. After closing the door, Luo Hong casually threw out a few array plates to ensure that no one would spy on him. Then a stream of green smoke came out of his body and condensed into the figure of Yuan Yao. "Brother Luo, I wonder what you think of the Milan people's proposal?" Yuan Yao asked with a slightly cold tone and clear anger on her face. "Do you still need to consider this?" Luo's intention has been expressed very clearly. Saying that you need to consider it is just a delaying tactic. Miss Yuan can rest assured. Luo Hong held his forehead with one hand and said with great depression, "Why do you want me to rest assured? I'm just worried about Sister Yu." After calming down, Yuan Yao suddenly felt that her reaction was too suspicious and explained with a little embarrassment. Before the atmosphere between the two of them became strange, the voice of a strange woman came from outside the door. "Senior Luo, are you here? I'm here to deliver what you need. Just throw the storage bag into the restriction." Luo Hong had no intention of meeting the female magician outside, so he said loudly, "Yes, senior." As soon as the voice fell, a storage bag triggered the restriction set by Luo Hong, slowly penetrated the door, flew into the house, and finally came in front of Luo Hong. Sensing the breath of the female magician going away, Luo Hong's mind moved and took out the items in the storage bag. Immediately, a long-necked jade bottle and a silver treasure mirror appeared on the table. It was the water of the dark river of reincarnation that Luo Hong wanted, and the magic weapon for detecting blood. Since Brother Luo doesn't want to practice dual cultivation with the Saint Mulan, how can he hide from the blood restriction of the two Wu people? Yuan Yao frowned, revealing a look of deep thought. "Let's try to use the blood path magical power of the blood raw to hide the truth." Luo Hong had never tried this before, and he had no confidence at the moment. He first spit out a breath of infant fire to sacrifice the silver mirror and then cast a spell to make it emit a silver beam of light. When the light beam covered Luo Hong, the mirror surface lit up red, indicating that Luo Hong was not of the Mulan bloodline. At this time, Luo Hong's spell changed, and the blood pattern between his eyebrows suddenly cracked, revealing the blood raw eye. A circle of blood light swung out from the blood raw eye and quickly covered Luo Hong's whole body. Then, Luo Hong's bloodline aura began to change, and his face gradually changed to the characteristics of the Mulan people. After a long time, the red light on the silver mirror gradually faded until it disappeared. Yuan Yao was delighted to see this, thinking that Luo Hong had found a way to hide from the bloodline restriction. But at this moment, Luo Hong himself knew that he was just using the power of the blood raw eye to perform a magical power similar to the transformation of the mysterious art. Its essence is no different from a sleight of hand. Not only is it very likely that it will not be able to hide from the powerful restrictions left by the two Wu people at the entrance of the Black Domain, but it cannot be maintained for a long time. Once there is any change on the day of the grand ceremony, he will be exposed. Thinking of this, Luo Hong loosened the magic formula in his hand, and the vertical eye between his eyebrows slowly closed. Not long after the blood light dissipated, a slight blush appeared in the silver mirror again. Brother Luo, is this considered a success or a failure? Yuan Yao was confused and asked in confusion. It failed, but it is not a complete failure. Ahem. If you can refine the essence of a Yuan magician, this method will have sufficient effect. After all, it is not enough to rely on the changes in the mysterious skills. Luo Hong still needs some external objects to assist. Brother Luo has gone around in circles, and you still want to practice dual cultivation with the Mulan Saint? Yuan Yao's beautiful eyes widened, and she felt that Luo Hong was just fooling her. The delaying tactic was not used for the Mulan people, but for her. Miss Yuan has misunderstood. There are more ways to extract essence from people than dual cultivation. Miss Yuan, have you forgotten that you are a ghost cultivator? This is exactly what you are good at. Luo Hong looked at Yuan Yao with a smile on his face and said in a normal tone, Brother Luo, do you want me to take the essence of Saint Mulan? Yuan Yao was stunned and asked in shock. Ahem, if Miss Yuan is unwilling to do it for you, Luo can only be reluctant to sacrifice himself for others. Although Yuan Yao is a ghost cultivator, essence is the foundation of human beings. If you want to squeeze it out, it is impossible without physical contact. Just imagining that scene, Luo Hong's mouth is dry. Yuan Yao hesitated for a while, and finally decided that she would rather suffer a small loss than let Luo Hong take advantage of her. Give me a jade slip with a letter, and I will be back soon. Seeing Yuan Yao agreed, Luo Hong's eyes flickered twice, as if he had some other thoughts, and took out a blank jade slip, and left a message in it. Yuan Yao, who was still ashamed, naturally failed to notice Luo Hong's abnormality. She took the jade slip, and turned into a puff of green smoke, and fled out of the room. Deep in the temple, in a boudoir, Len Yun was sitting in front of a bronze mirror with a wooden expression, staring blankly at herself in the mirror. Although she was not a beauty, she was still a great beauty, and her temperament was dignified and noble. How could she be so unpopular with that person? Len Yun was really confused. When she first learned that she had to donate her essence for the tribe, she also felt resistance and grievance in her heart. Fortunately, Luo Hong was not an ordinary person. He was strong enough, and strength was the most important trait for grassland women. Therefore, Len Yun quickly convinced herself that she never expected that the other party did not like her. For a while, resistance and grievance turned into unwillingness and dissatisfaction. Just as her brows were gradually furrowing, the voice of the maid outside the door reached her ears. Master Len, Senior Luo has sent someone to ask for an audience. Sent someone. Len Yun came back with Luo Hong, so she knew that he came alone. So who did he send? Puzzled, Len Yun responded, please come in. After tidying up her appearance, Len Yun stood up and walked to the outer room, ready to greet the visitor. When the door was pushed open and Yuan Yao walked in, Len Yun was immediately amazed by her appearance. But soon she sensed a familiar breath, and her heart suddenly shuddered, saying, it's you. Len Yun recognized Yuan Yao as the one who performed the heavenly ghost possession technique that day, and imprisoned her magic power. You have been staying by Luo Hong's side? For a moment, Luo understood Luo Hong's abnormal reaction before. Master Lin, there is no need to speculate about what happened between me and brother Luo. Let's take a look at the contents of this jade slip first. Yuan Yao pretended to be calm and threw the jade slip in her hand gently. After taking the jade slip, Luo probed into it with her spiritual consciousness. Then a blush appeared on her face. She looked at Yuan Yao in shock and said, "No. This is too ridiculous. I want to keep an eye on brother Luo for sister Yu. You have to sacrifice yourself for your own tribe. This is the best way." Yuan Yao said this to Luo and to herself. This. After hesitating for a moment, Luo looked at Yuan Yao with a somewhat evasive look and murmured, "What are you going to do?" Yuan Yao suddenly turned into a wisp of green smoke, rushed to Luo, and condensed into shape again. She lifted a strand of her hair with her bare hands, put her head close to her ear and whispered, "Dao Yao, just relax and don't resist me." Yuan Yao sucked with her red lips, and sucked out a ball of white light from Luo's mouth. This is exactly Luo's essence. As the essence left her body, Luo's expression immediately became depressed. Since Yuan Yao was a half ghost and had no physical body, she was still very clear-headed and even a little proud of her own methods. But after thinking about it, a look of resentment appeared on her face again. At this time, she wanted to put Luo's essence into the jade bottle, but unexpectedly, she just pulled it slightly, and the essence rushed into her body like a young swallow returning to its nest. At this moment, Yuan Yao felt the long-lost warmth again. This feeling of regaining her physical body almost made Yuan Yao cry with happiness on the spot. But she quickly calmed down and began to check herself to prevent the change from having any bad effects on herself. As a result, Yuan Yao found that the yin qi in her body was eroding Luo's essence, and the warm feeling of the physical body was also weakening with this erosion. Not good. If it is eroded away, wouldn't her work be in vain? Yuan Yao immediately tried to reverse the secret technique of extracting the essence, trying to extract Luo's essence, but there was no response. After trying for a while, Yuan Yao realized that she couldn't draw out her essence, so she hurriedly pushed the door open, ignoring the strange looks of the two maids, and flew to Luo Hong's residence. At this moment, Luo Hong was sitting cross-legged on the bed, practicing his skills silently. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows, and the door opened. Yuan Yao didn't use her usual escape technique to go through the door directly, but pushed the door open. "Brother Luo, Luo's essence was constantly being consumed." Yuan Yao hurriedly wanted to explain what happened, and let Luo Hong find a way to draw out her essence. But as soon as she opened her mouth, she was interrupted by Luo Hong. "Your half-ghost body is solidified by Luo's essence. It can no longer be transformed into objects, and even has a sense of physical reality." "Yes, that's right," Yuan Yao replied in a daze. Luo Hong stopped practicing, opened his eyes, and closed the door with a wave of his hand. Then he cast a spell, and pulled the unprepared Yuan Yao into his arms. All this happened so fast that when Yuan Yao reacted, she realized that she was sitting sideways on Luo Hong's legs, in an extremely ambiguous posture. Her cheeks immediately flushed, and she said in a voice as thin as a mosquito, "Brother Luo, what are you going to do?" "Miss Yuan, I haven't seen you look so shy for a long time." Luo Hong reached out and gently stroked Yuan Yao's cheek, saying in a gentle voice. Chapter 416 Bloodline Restriction. The guest house arranged by the Milan people for Luo Hong had no restrictions. It was just a luxurious pavilion. After closing the door, Luo Hong casually threw out a few array plates to ensure that no one would spy on him. Then a stream of green smoke came out of his body and condensed into the figure of Yuan Yao. "Brother Luo, I wonder what you think of the Milan people's proposal?" Yuan Yao asked with a slightly cold tone and clear anger on her face. "Do you still need to consider this?" Luo's intention has been expressed very clearly, saying that you need to consider it is just a delaying tactic. Miss Yuan can rest assured. Luo Hong held his forehead with one hand and said with great depression, "Why do you want me to rest assured? I'm just worried about Sister Yu." After calming down, Yuan Yao suddenly felt that her reaction was too suspicious and explained with a little embarrassment. Before the atmosphere between the two of them became strange, the voice of a strange woman came from outside the door. "Senior Luo, are you here? I'm here to deliver what you need. Just throw the storage bag into the restriction." Luo Hong had no intention of meeting the female magician outside, so he said loudly, "Yes, senior." As soon as the voice fell, a storage bag triggered the restriction set by Luo Hong, slowly penetrated the door, flew into the house, and finally came in front of Luo Hong. Sensing the breath of the female magician going away, Luo Hong's mind moved and took out the items in the storage bag. Immediately, a long-necked jade bottle and a silver treasure mirror appeared on the table. It was the water of the dark river of reincarnation that Luo Hong wanted, and the magic weapon for detecting blood. Since Brother Luo doesn't want to practice dual cultivation with the Saint Mulan, how can he hide from the blood restriction of the two Wu people? Yuan Yao frowned, revealing a look of deep thought. Let's try to use the blood path magical power of the blood raw to hide the truth. Luo Hong had never tried this before, and he had no confidence at the moment. He first spit out a breath of infant fire to sacrifice the silver mirror, and then cast a spell to make it emit a silver beam of light. When the light beam covered Luo Hong, the mirror surface lit up red, indicating that Luo Hong was not of the Mulan bloodline. At this time, Luo Hong's spell changed, and the blood pattern between his eyebrows suddenly cracked, revealing the blood raw eye. A circle of blood light swung out from the blood raw eye and quickly covered Luo Hong's whole body. Then, Luo Hong's bloodline aura began to change, and his face gradually changed to the characteristics of the Mulan people. After a long time, the red light on the silver mirror gradually faded until it disappeared. Yuan Yao was delighted to see this, thinking that Luo Hong had found a way to hide from the bloodline restriction. But at this moment, Luo Hong himself knew that he was just using the power of the blood raw eye to perform a magical power similar to the transformation of the mysterious art. Its essence is no different from a sleight of hand. Not only is it very likely that it will not be able to hide from the powerful restrictions left by the two Wu people at the entrance of the Black Domain, but it cannot be maintained for a long time. Once there is any change on the day of the grand ceremony, he will be exposed. Thinking of this, Luo Hong loosened the magic formula in his hand, and the vertical eye between his eyebrows slowly closed. Not long after the blood light dissipated, a slight blush appeared in the silver mirror again. Brother Luo, is this considered a success or a failure? Yuan Yao was confused and asked in confusion. It failed, but it is not a complete failure. Ahem. If you can refine the essence of a Yuan magician, this method will have sufficient effect. After all, it is not enough to rely on the changes in the mysterious skills. Luo Hong still needs some external objects to assist. Brother Luo has gone around in circles, and you still want to practice dual cultivation with the Mulan Saint? Yuan Yao's beautiful eyes widened, and she felt that Luo Hong was just fooling her. The delaying tactic was not used for the Mulan people, but for her. Miss Yuan has misunderstood. There are more ways to extract essence from people than dual cultivation. Miss Yuan, have you forgotten that you are a ghost cultivator? This is exactly what you are good at. Luo Hong looked at Yuan Yao with a smile on his face and said in a normal tone, "Brother Luo, do you want me to take the essence of Saint Mulan?" Yuan Yao was stunned and asked in shock. Ahem. If Miss Yuan is unwilling to do it for you, Luo can only be reluctant to sacrifice himself for others. Although Yuan Yao is a ghost cultivator, essence is the foundation of human beings. If you want to squeeze it out, it is impossible without physical contact. Just imagining that scene, Luo Hong's mouth is dry. Yuan Yao hesitated for a while, and finally decided that she would rather suffer a small loss than let Luo Hong take advantage of her. Give me a jade slip with a letter, and I will be back soon. Seeing Yuan Yao agreed, Luo Hong's eyes flickered twice, as if he had some other thoughts, and took out a blank jade slip, and left a message in it. Yuan Yao, who was still ashamed, naturally failed to notice Luo Hong's abnormality. She took the jade slip, and turned into a puff of green smoke, and fled out of the room. Deep in the temple, in a boudoir, Lin was sitting in front of a bronze mirror with a wooden expression, staring blankly at herself in the mirror. Although she was not a beauty, she was still a great beauty, and her temperament was dignified and noble. How could she be so unpopular with that person? Lin was really confused. When she first learned that she had to donate her essence for the tribe, she also felt resistance and grievance in her heart. Fortunately, Luo Hong was not an ordinary person. He was strong enough, and strength was the most important trait for grassland women. Therefore, Len Yun quickly convinced herself, but she never expected that the other party did not like her. For a while, resistance and grievance turned into unwillingness and dissatisfaction. Just as her brows were gradually furrowing, the voice of the maid outside the door reached her ears. Master Len, Senior Luo has sent someone to ask for an audience. Sent someone. Len Yun came back with Luo Hong, so she knew that he came alone. So who did he send? Puzzled, Len Yun responded, please come in. After tidying up her appearance, Len Yun stood up and walked to the outer room, ready to greet the visitor. When the door was pushed open and Yuan Yao walked in, Len Yun was immediately amazed by her appearance. But soon she sensed a familiar breath, and her heart suddenly shuddered, saying, it's you. Len Yun recognized Yuan Yao as the one who performed the heavenly ghost possession technique that day and imprisoned her magic power. You have been staying by Luo Hong's side? For a moment, Len Yun understood Luo Hong's abnormal reaction before. Master Len, there is no need to speculate about the matter between me and brother Luo. Let's take a look at the contents of this jade slip first. Yuan Yao pretended to be calm and gently threw the jade slip in her hand. After taking the jade slip, Len Yun probed into it with her spiritual consciousness. Then a blush appeared on her face. She looked at Yuan Yao in shock and said, no. This is too ridiculous. I want to keep an eye on brother Luo for sister Yu. You have to sacrifice yourself for your own tribe. This is the best way. Yuan Yao said this to Len Yun and to herself. This. After hesitating for a moment, Len Yun looked at Yuan Yao with a somewhat evasive look and murmured, what are you going to do? Yuan Yao suddenly turned into a wisp of green smoke, rushed to Len Yun, and condensed into shape again. She lifted a strand of her hair with her bare hands, put her head close to her ear and whispered, Dao Yao, just relax and don't resist me. After that, Yuan Yao lifted Len Yun's chin and slowly pressed her cold red lips against hers. Soon, the two maids waiting outside the door heard a strange sound that made them blush. Although Yuan Yao was a virgin, her senior sister Yanli was an experienced person. When in the netherworld, Yanli liked to tease Yuan Yao, so Yuan Yao was taught a lot about the relationship between men and women. Len Yun was of noble status, so even if she had suitors, the other party was respectful. They had never seen such a scene today, and her essence became unstable under Yuan Yao's tricks. After half an hour, Yuan Yao sucked with her red lips and sucked out a ball of white light from Len Yun's mouth. This was Len Yun's essence. When the essence left the body, Len Yun's expression immediately became depressed. Because Yuan Yao was a half ghost body without a physical body, she was still very clear-headed and even a little proud of her tricks. But on second thought, a look of resentment appeared on her face again. At this time, she wanted to put Len Yun's essence into the jade bottle, but unexpectedly, she just pulled it slightly, and the essence rushed into her body like a young swallow returning to its nest. At this moment, Yuan Yao felt the long-lost warmth again. This feeling of regaining her body almost made Yuan Yao cry with happiness on the spot. But she quickly calmed down and began to check herself to avoid any bad effects from the change just now. As a result, Yuan Yao found that the yin qi in her body was eroding Len Yun's essence, and the warm feeling of her body was also weakening with this erosion. Not good. If it was eroded away, wouldn't she have worked in vain? Yuan Yao immediately tried to reverse the secret technique of extracting essence, trying to extract Len Yun's essence, but there was no response. After trying for a while, Yuan Yao realized that she couldn't extract the essence, so she hurriedly pushed the door out, ignoring the strange faces of the two maids, and flew to Luo Hong's residence. At this moment, Luo Hong was sitting cross-legged on the bed, practicing silently. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows, and the door opened. Yuan Yao did not use her usual escape technique to pass through the door directly, but pushed the door open. Brother Luo, Len Yun's essence was continuously consumed. Yuan Yao hurriedly wanted to explain what happened and let Luo Hong find a way to extract the essence. But as soon as she opened her mouth, she was interrupted by Luo Hong. Your half-ghost body is solidified by Len Yun's essence. It can no longer be virtual and penetrate objects, and even has a sense of physical reality. Yes, that's right. Yuan Yao responded in a daze. Luo Hong stopped the practice, opened his eyes, and closed the door with a wave of his hand. Then he cast a spell, and pulled the unsuspecting Yuan Yao into his arms. All this happened too quickly. When Yuan Yao reacted, she realized that she was sitting sideways on Luo Hong's legs, and her posture was extremely ambiguous. Her cheeks immediately flushed with red, and she said in a voice as thin as a mosquito, "Brother Luo, what are you going to do?" "Miss Yuan, I haven't seen you look so shy for a long time." Luo Hong reached out and gently stroked Yuan Yao's cheek, saying softly, "The previous chapter was banned, so I had to repost it, otherwise I would not be fully present." Chapter 417. One thought transforms the Dao. The moment their skin touched, Yuan Yao felt as if she had been electrified and went limp. Luo Hong slowly leaned down and captured her lips. After a long time, Yuan Yao panted and lay weakly on Luo Hong's chest. Only then did she realize that she had been fooled. A few days later, Yuan Yao, half-dressed, lay illusory on the bed. As her essence was extracted by Luo Hong, she quickly returned to her half-ghost body. The cold feeling dissolved the spring feeling that enveloped her heart. She woke up slowly and saw that Luo Hong had begun to exercise and refine the essence of music. She felt ashamed and angry. Then it turned into a wisp of green smoke and poured into Luo Hong's dinshin. Refining essence into essence is an extremely delicate job, and one cannot just rush it. Luo Hong's retreat lasted for 3 years. When she came out of retreat, she used the magical power of the Eye of Blood Raw to perfectly transform the blood and breath of the Milan people. At this time, there was only a little more than a year left before the Millennium Festival, and as the son of the Milan Saint, Luo Hong still needed to practice several secret arts of the Milan people. Fortunately, the seal would be unlocked on the day of the festival. To do this, he had to go to the temple and receive the corresponding inheritance from the inheritance stone tablet. After 3 years of contact, Luo Hong had accumulated enough trust in the Milan people and had no psychological pressure to enter the temple. When he escaped to the entrance, Luo Hong saw Len Yun waiting there to greet him. As soon as she saw him, Len Yun's expression became a little unnatural, her eyes wandering, as if she was looking at him and not looking at him. "Miss Yuan, she seems to be looking for you." Luo Hong silently sent a voice message to Yuan Yao and joked, "It's all because of your mischief." Yuan Yao responded unhappily, "Master Leng, the nobles are in a hurry. Please lead the way immediately. Essence deficiency is not a trivial matter. Normally, even if you rest for 3 years, you can't expect to fully recover." But Luo Hong saw that Len Yun's face was ruddy and her breath was increasing instead of decreasing. It was obvious that she had taken some kind of heaven-defying elixir. Not only did it help her make up for the deficiency, it even made her cultivation progress a little bit. Presumably, what she took was the ancient elixir produced in the Black Domain. Luo Hong thought silently while following Len Yun through the temple. After a long while, the two came to a solemn and simple stone temple. There were many stone tablets standing in the stone temple, each of which had a string of names written in Milan characters, surrounded by the light blue spiritual light, looking very extraordinary. This inheritance stone temple can be regarded as one of the most important places in the Milan temple. Luo Hong was the first foreigner to set foot here in ancient and modern times. At this time, there were already 3 people waiting in the stone temple, and the leader was the white-haired old woman who was in charge of the temple. Luo Hong had never seen the other 2 people before. They were a man and a woman, 2 cultivators in the early stage of the nascent soul, that is, the masters of the Milan people. Their cultivation was not surprising, but the 2 looked very young. Luo Hong thought about it and roughly guessed the identities of the 2 people. Fellow Daoist Luo, there is also a powerful blood restriction on the inheritance stone tablet of our clan. If you can activate the inheritance given by the stone tablet, you can pretend to be the holy son of our clan on the day of the grand sacrifice, and you will be safe. The white-haired old woman invited Luo Hong to come today, to teach her the necessary secret techniques and to test Luo Hong's achievements. Luo Hong was naturally confident in his own methods. He immediately shot a beam of magic light at the inheritance stone tablet designated by the white-haired old woman. Then, the inheritance stone tablet seemed to wake up, and the blue spiritual light around it was bright, rolling towards Luo Hong like a tide. Brother, how many inheritances do you think this person can activate? The female cultivator in purple shorts transmitted a voice to the elegant man beside her. This person's magical power is so great that it cannot be judged by common sense. I can't say for sure. Little sister, I know that you have always been arrogant, but you still have to restrain your temper towards this person. The elegant man shook his head slowly, stared at the purple shirted female cultivator, and warned her seriously. I'm not stupid. I will respect him as a divine master. The purple robed female cultivator rolled her eyes slightly in displeasure, and turned her attention back to Luo Hong. At this moment, Luo Hong's spiritual consciousness seemed to be connected to a huge library, in which there were countless secret books of martial arts. With a thought, the introductions of all the secret books of martial arts were unfolded for him, just like a young lady who was waiting for him to choose. In the outside world, Luo Hong was surrounded by many light balls that looked like stars. He can actually make all the inheritances open for him. If this person is really a member of my Mulan tribe, he will definitely lead us back to the grassland. What a pity. What a pity. The white-haired old woman shook her head and sighed with great regret. Although there are many secret books of martial arts, if it is just the introduction, Luo Hong's huge spiritual consciousness can browse through them all in just a moment, and he can easily find the secrets used to open the secret realm of the Black Domain. With a thought, the light balls flew into his forehead, and the contents of the secrets immediately appeared in his mind. According to the plan, Luo Hong should withdraw his mind and cut off the connection with the inheritance stone tablet at this time, but he was a little interested in a technique at this moment, so he opened his eyes and said to the white-haired old woman, "Old Bay, this technique called one thought transformation technique does not look like something from the human world." Luo Hong said with obvious covetousness. Yes, this technique is a secret book of the spiritual world obtained by our clan in the past when communicating with the Holy Bird. It is said that it is a technique that the Demon Clan Master comprehended after comprehending the Golden Palace Jade Book. It is quite magical in cultivating the magical power of the incarnation. It is a secret of our clan that is not passed on. The white-haired old woman understood Luo Hong's implication very well, so she also made her attitude clear. Although Luo Hong has activated all the inheritances at this time, it is very powerful, but whether he can obtain the inheritance depends on the white-haired old woman. If she does not nod, Luo Hong cannot take any of these inheritances away. This is her authority as a guard of the temple. It is indeed related to the incarnation. Before this, Luo Hong felt that there must be a rather miraculous incarnation ability in the inheritance of the Milan people. After all, the incarnations of the Zhang surnamed master and the man in brocade robes were very powerful. I think all of this originated from this one thought transformation technique. I didn't expect that this technique is actually related to the Golden Palace Jade Book. Coincidentally, I just can't find a way to comprehend the Golden Palace Jade Book. Maybe with the help of this technique, I can get some inspiration. I don't know if it's because of insufficient cultivation or wrong methods. Luo Hong has not been able to comprehend the half of the Golden Palace Jade Book in his sea of consciousness for many years. For this reason, Luo Hong is even more determined to obtain the one thought transformation technique. The secret that is not to be passed on. Old Bay, don't be so absolute. The nobles are in a difficult situation now. Instead of guarding the secrets of the magic skills, it is better to exchange them for something tangible. Luo is willing to use 3 ancient spiritual medicines in the Black Domain in exchange for this skill, and I can swear that I will never pass it on to others. Different periods have different needs for different forces. If Luo Hong said this during the heyday of the Milan people, he would definitely be expelled the next moment. But now is the weakest time for the Milan people in tens of thousands of years. Every additional ancient spiritual medicine means a little more hope for a comeback. The white-haired old woman heard Luo Hong's proposal and couldn't help but ponder and consider it. Old Bay, we are going here for the boundary crystal. If you agree to this, Brother Luo will be distracted from looking for medicine, which may miss the big thing. The purple-shirted female cultivator obviously disagreed with Luo Hong's proposal and immediately spoke out against it. Luo Hong glanced at her and said nothing more, quietly waiting for the white-haired old woman's reply. 5. If Daoist Luo can bring back 5 ancient spiritual herbs, I will take the initiative to pass on this technique to you. Chapter 418, Difficulty in forming a Dharma body. Okay, it's a deal. The 5 ancient spiritual medicines are not easy to find, and they are most likely all that Luo Hong gained from this trip to the Black Domain. But don't forget that Luo Hong has a good junior brother, Han Leo Mo. Compared with mature ancient spiritual medicines, the number of spiritual medicine seedlings in the Black Domain is far more than several times. At that time, Luo Hong only needs to trade with Han Leo Mo, and he will get a considerable number of ancient spiritual medicines. The 5 plants used to exchange for the one thought Daoju are nothing at all. The white-haired old woman was slightly stunned. She thought Luo Hong would bargain with her. After all, these are ancient spiritual medicines, and each one is precious. Since fellow Daoist Luo has obtained the inheritance of the secret technique, follow me into the Mulan Cave Heaven inside the temple, and cultivate it as soon as possible before the grand ceremony. Mulan Cave Heaven is a small secret realm, and the concentration of spiritual energy is higher than that of ordinary large spiritual veins. Only Mulan Divine Masters or Mulan magicians who are about to break through to Divine Masters can enter and practice in it. But this time, in order to prevent the 2 Wu people from seizing a large number of boundary crystals, Luo Hong can only be allowed to enter as an exception. A secret cultivation realm like Mulan Cave Heaven is only possessed by a very few major forces in the human world, but Luo Hong does not think highly of it. If the spiritual environment here can be called a cave heaven, then his main spiritual room can be called a fairyland. Inside Mulan Cave Heaven is a grassland divided by a winding river. Luo Hong can see the space barrier in the distance as far as the eye can see. Seeing the strange man and woman mages also followed in, Luo Hong couldn't help asking, Old Bay, are they going to enter the Black Domain with me? Yes, Zhang Meng and Zhang Ling are members of our clan specially trained for the Millennium Festival. Although their cultivation is low, the skills they practice are easy to use in the environment of the Black Domain. Brothers and sisters can burst out stronger combat power together. Fellow Daoist Luo, there is no need to worry that they will hold you back. The white-haired old woman said in a way that she was proud of others, and her ambition was extinguished. Zhang Meng just smiled at Luo Hong and didn't react much. Zhang Ling frowned, seeming a little dissatisfied. Haha, that's the best. Luo Hong glanced at the brother and sister, and he had a general understanding of their respective temperaments. Afterwards, he didn't talk anymore, and after escaping to a secluded place, he began to practice secret techniques. Not long after Luo Hong left, the entrance to the cave was rippled with water, and the Zhang surnamed Divine Master and the skinny old man came side by side. Judging from their expressions, both of them were a little unhappy. As soon as the Divine Master Zhang appeared, he took out a ball of black gauze and threw it over the crowd. The ball of black gauze spread out like a fishing net over the crowd's heads, turning into a light black sky that covered everyone. Once the sky was covered, the skinny old man asked the white-haired old woman in a deep voice, Old Bay, I heard that you want to use the one thought transformation technique to exchange the ancient elixir with that person. I wonder if it's true or not? Little sister, you. Zhang Meng looked at Zhang Ling in surprise, realizing that she was the one who leaked the news. The one thought transformation technique is a secret of our clan that is not passed on, and the Holy Bird has expressly forbidden this skill to be passed on to people from other clans. Old Bay is so stubborn, so I naturally want my uncle to judge. Zhang Ling didn't think there was anything wrong with her approach at all, and said confidently, Yes, I did make this decision. The white-haired old woman seemed to have expected this scene, and said calmly, Old Bay, why are you doing this? Our clan has already taken out the holy object. Why should we satisfy that person's rude request? Luo Hong's taking advantage of the situation has already made Master Zhang feel painful enough, and now the white-haired woman is going to add more, which he really can't understand. Do you really think that you can refine the innate 5-element body with just one piece of 5-colored stone? Have you forgotten that our clan originally had 3 pieces of 5-colored stones? The white-haired old woman did not answer directly, but stared at the two and asked back, What do you mean by this, Old Bay? Has anyone in our clan ever tried to cultivate the innate invisible body in history? The skinny old man's expression became serious, and he had a bad guess in his mind. That's right. The white-haired old woman narrowed her eyes slightly, revealing a look of reminiscence and said, in the history of our clan, there were 2 generations of amazing saints who tried to condense the innate 5-element body, but they all failed in the end. And the 2 generations of saints came to the same conclusion, that this body cannot be cultivated without the 5-element spiritual roots. There is such a restriction? The Zong surnamed Divine Master said in disbelief. If this is true, then who else in the world can cultivate it? If a cultivator does not have the 5-element spiritual roots as a foundation, even if he refines the innate 5-element, he will not be able to maintain it for a long time, and it will naturally change from innate to acquired. The fewer the number of spiritual roots, the faster the transformation speed. The white-haired old woman slowly told the secret of the Mulan clan that only she knew. If that person finds out about this in the future, I'm afraid he will not let it go. Lin Yun frowned deeply, as if she had seen Luo Hong's cold eyes. Since our clan has handed over the 5-colored stone to him, whether he can practice it or not is his own business. How can he vent his anger on our clan? Zhang Ling looked like a cultivator who only knew how to practice, and had little experience in the world. At this moment, he could say such naive words. Linger, shut up. Do you still need to consider our feelings when you vent your anger on us? After scolding Zhang Ling, the skinny old man said to the white-haired old woman with a serious face, I think Old Bay has also seen how powerful that person is today. Otherwise he would not have taken such a remedy. That person can actually draw out all the inheritance of our clan. This has never happened in history. That person must be a genius among geniuses. It is very likely that he will advance to the stage of transformation. Our clan must not offend him. The white-haired old woman has seen countless mages who came to receive the inheritance in her life. In her heart, she has her own set of standards for judging the strength and potential. And Luo Hong's potential is so strong that it exceeds her standards. It's just that I'm afraid it's hard to explain to the holy bird. This technique seems to have an unusual meaning to it. If it weren't for the fact that our clan has become increasingly weak in recent years, the holy bird would not have passed this technique on to our clan. Zhang Meng said worriedly. That person's mysterious technique is quite magical and has imitated the blood and breath of our clan very vividly. As long as the holy bird doesn't go down to the world, it will definitely not be able to find any clues. And if the holy bird can go down to the world, this person will definitely be the first to make a contribution, and the holy bird's clone should not pursue this too much. The white-haired old woman had thought of everything before agreeing to Luo Hong's deal. Since Mr. Bay has considered it carefully, I will not ask any more questions. For today's matter, please use the power of the holy temple to leave a ban on our souls, to prevent the possibility of this matter being spread. The skinny old man knew the importance of the secret just revealed by the white-haired woman, and took the initiative to ask. Seeing that everyone had no objection, the white-haired woman immediately cast a spell above her head, and then 5 silver light pillars containing countless runes fell from the sky, and covered the 5 people. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 419. The grand ceremony begins. At the same time, deep in the grassland, on the grassland of the former Mulan First Tribe, countless Tu-Wu immortal masters shuttled in the sky, busy cultivating a huge square thousands of feet long and wide. This square is the preparation made by the Tu-Wu people to summon the holy beast. In a hall near the summoning square, the two Tu-Wu great immortal masters and the saint of Xianlan who were sitting here were discussing the upcoming Millennium Festival. Brother Hu, the Mulan people are now nothing but dogs that have lost their homes. Why don't we take this opportunity to force the Mulan people to lift the restrictions left by their ancestors and completely control the entrance to the Black Domain secret realm in the hands of our Saint clan? A plump and enchanting beautiful woman with silky hair and an exotic purple color said with a fierce look in her eyes. How can the ancient restrictions be lifted just by saying so? Besides, with the current strength of the Mulan people, even if they send people into the black domain, they will only be prey to our tribe. It is better not to cause trouble. Opposite the beautiful woman, stood a handsome young man who seemed to be less than 30 years old, but his eyes contained an indescribable sense of vicissitudes. He shook his head slightly and said, "Forcing the Mulan people to break the restrictions is likely to make them desperate and destroy the entrance, causing a holy race to miss this Millennium Festival. I have fought with the Mulan Saint many times, and she is not lacking in courage. Now that our holy race is powerful, we only need to crush them with a majestic momentum to obtain enough boundary crystals and summon the holy beast's clone to the lower world." Between the beautiful woman and the young man stood a slender woman in a silver robe. She covered her face with a white veil, covering most of her jade-like face, but her hair fell on her shoulders like dark clouds. Her skin was as soft as snow, and her beautiful eyes were clear and dreamy, making people intoxicated and suffocated. This woman is none other than the Saint of Xianlan, Lin Yanping. She and the handsome young man agree that it is not appropriate to overstimulate the Mulan people in the matter of the Millennium Festival, otherwise they may not be able to afford to lose, and will overturn the table. Master Zhu, have the candidates for the Black Territory been decided? We must ensure that they can meet at the Muto grassland half a year in advance. The handsome young man was in charge of contacting the tribes, and Lin Yanping asked him at this moment. The number of places is limited, and the major tribes are unwilling to fall behind. I'm afraid we have to gather them together first and fight them to determine the final candidate. There are countless entrances to the Black Territory secret realm. The number of people who can enter each entrance will be determined by the amount of earth vein energy gathered. This entrance on the grassland is neither big nor small, and a maximum of 12 people can enter at a time. Previously, the Mulan and two Wu tribes each sent 6 people to enter. Haha, I'm afraid that the Mulan people can't select 6 qualified mages now. Brother Zhu, I think we can relax the quota appropriately. The purple-haired beauty was assigned the task of killing the mages among the Mulan people, who met the conditions to enter the Black Domain secret realm during the Holy War more than 10 years ago. She was very successful at that time. Well, then on the basis of the 5 official quotas, 4 more reserve candidates will be selected to make up for the lack of Mulan people. As the Saint of Xianlan, Lin Yanping has superior internal combat power at the same level, and can be compared with those Dajin Xianjiao. Naturally, she will occupy a quota. Zhu will arrange it later. However, fellow Daoist Lin, the Mulan people are unprecedentedly weak this time, and I'm afraid they will go all out. Do you have the confidence to deal with the Saint of Mulan? The handsome young man felt that he should not be too optimistic, so he reminded him. Haha, Brother Zhu, you don't know that the Saint of Mulan was defeated by fellow Daoist Lin. The purple-haired beauty smiled and covered her mouth. If we meet in the Black Domain by chance, I will kill him on the spot. A hint of bad luck flashed in Lin Yanping's beautiful eyes. Lin Yan was a strong enemy to her, and the greatest respect for a strong enemy was to kill him. More than a year passed in a flash as the two tribes prepared. On this day, Lin Yan flew over the empty grassland with a heavy heart. This place was originally the grassland of their Mulan people, but now it was occupied by the two Wu people. This pain of losing land and losing people has tortured her heart since she entered the grassland. Beside her, Luo Hong flew silently with his black iron mask and glanced at Lei Yun from time to time. Of course, he was not coveting Lei Yun's beauty, but before leaving, the white-haired old woman told him that she had given the 5-colored stone to Lei Yun, and at this moment, this sacred object was in the storage bag on Lei Yun's waist. A few feet behind the two of them, only the Zhan family brothers and sisters followed, and there were no other Mulan people on this trip. According to the previous practice, the Mulan people would at least send a divine master to accompany them, but now the Mulan people can no longer afford the risk of losing a divine master. Therefore, the Mulan side only had Luo Hong and the other 4 people participating in the grand ceremony. When they flew for several months and finally arrived at the venue of the Millennium Grand Ceremony, the presence of hundreds of 2 Wu high-level immortal masters made the Zhan family brothers and sisters feel nervous. Haha, fellow Taoist Len, the nobles only sent the 4 of you. If you don't want to participate in the Millennium Grand Ceremony, you don't have to force yourself. In the sky, a team of immortal cultivators flew out from the 2 Wu immortal masters camp. The purple-haired beautiful woman who led the team saw the shivering Linoop of the mill and sighed, and couldn't help but sarcastically said. When Liu Yun saw the purple-haired beautiful woman, she couldn't help but clench her fists. It was the other party who repeatedly ignored their status and killed the rising stars in the clan that caused their predicament today. Luo Hong swept his eyes over many high-level immortal masters who were equivalent to giant and cultivators, and finally focused his attention on the purple-haired beautiful woman and the handsome young man. If there are to late Yuanying, it is acceptable. If the two Wu people suddenly turn hostile, I will have time to take Liu Yun and escape. When Luo Hong was looking at the two Wu great immortal masters, the handsome young man was also looking at him. Although the Zhang brothers and sisters have been practicing in the temple, there is little information about them, but it is not completely absent. However, Luo Hong seemed to have suddenly appeared. The handsome young man had never remembered a Mulan master like him, and he was wearing a mask, which was very suspicious. Friendly outsiders cannot participate in the grand ceremony. The origin of the person next to you seems to be a bit problematic. The Milan people had cooperated with the Yinluo sect before, and the handsome young man couldn't help but suspect that Luo Han was a demon cultivator of the Yinluo sect. Brother Zuo is the holy son of our clan. He has been undercover in Cheyenne before. Now that the war is over, he has just returned. It is not surprising that Master Zhu does not know Brother Zuo. Liu Yun said the explanation she and Luo Hong had made up in advance. Holy son? How could a mere master become a holy son? It seems that the Milan people are really in trouble and have reached such a point where they are stretched to the limit. It's getting late. Let's start the sacrifice. Lin Yunping said calmly. As soon as she finished speaking, many two Wu immortal masters took action, and half of them flew directly to the other side of the river and began to cast a ban to conceal the fluctuations of spiritual energy. At the same time, 7 two Wu immortals equivalent to the middle stage of the nascent soul stood out from the crowd and hid behind Lin Yunping, who was wearing a silver robe. Obviously, these 8 people, including Lin Yunping, are the Linoop of the two Wu people this time. In comparison, the Milan people only have one great master, Liu Yun, and in terms of cultivation, the Milan people are more than twice as bad this time. As the concealing ban rose, both sides fell to the river surface at the same time, standing on the water surface with magic. At this time, Liu Yun and Lin Yunping simultaneously cast a spell towards the river surface, and 2 pillars of magic light penetrated the river water and went straight into the dark river bottom. Then everyone heard the noisy sound of water and saw the river water slowly split to both sides, as if a pair of invisible giant hands were tearing the river surface apart. After a while, the muddy river bottom was revealed, and among the many jumping and struggling fish and shrimps, Luo Hong saw a ghost-headed door several feet high. That was the entrance to the Black Domain secret realm. At this moment, this ghost-headed door was opening slowly by itself, and the earth veins were constantly pouring out of the gap. And around the door was a thick layer of mottled light shield in blue and red. Under the leadership of the saints of the 2 tribes, all the cultivators from both sides escaped into the mottled light shield. Luo Han clearly felt that the power of the restriction was constantly sweeping over him. If he had not changed his blood aura, he would have immediately aroused a strong reaction from the restriction. Without any communication, the 2 sides directly began to contact the restriction. I saw that the magic formulas were cast from the hands of the cultivators on both sides, and the mottled light shield immediately rolled up. The green and red spiritual lights that were originally mixed together began to become distinct. Half an hour later, the 2 Wu man had condensed half of his red spiritual shield into a smooth jade-like surface. The Milan people had half the number of people, and their cultivation was also very different. Moreover, Zhongling seemed to be unable to bear the pressure, and the spells were repeatedly deviated, resulting in the green light shield still being in a mixed state. This kind of meticulous work is actually what Luo Hong is best at. He has the assistance of the physical examination form and the support of a strong spiritual consciousness, so he can quickly lift the ban, but he has no intention of showing off at the moment. He just cast the magic formula slowly, at most to make up for Zongling's mistakes, so as not to waste too much time. Fellow Daoist Lin, what are the Milan people doing? They sent these crooked people to compete with our Saint clan for the boundary crystal? A young immortal with a silver vertical line on his forehead said with a sneer on his face beside Lin Yunping. This man's surname is Jiang Kun, and he is the first in the competition among all tribes. Even Lin Yunping admires his magical powers, so he rarely responded, "Don't be careless. It is precisely because the Zhan family siblings seem to be inexperienced that we should pay more attention to them. They must be cultivators specially trained by the Mulan clan for the trip to the Black Domain. They may have some special means in the Black Domain." Fellow Daoist Lin is right. In this case, the iron-faced man should also have some skills. Jiang Kun thought about it and thought it made sense, so he re-examined Lei Yun and others. This Zuo Bufan's cultivation is only one step away from being a great master, but he acts so mysteriously and there is nothing special about his spells. This is most likely a trap set up by the Mulan people. Listen, if you encounter Mulan people after entering the Black Domain, help me deal with the Mulan saint first, and then kill those Zhan brothers and sisters. As for the iron-faced man, have one person hold him back. Who of you is willing to go? Lin Yunping made arrangements to everyone through voice transmission. Chapter 420 Single Woman. I, Mo Han from Lingxi tribe, am willing to go. However, we are not going to hold this man back, but to kill him. A young man standing behind the crowd, dressed in a black suit, suddenly spoke up, staring at Luo Hong sinisterly. Lin Yunping looked back at this man, frowning, but did not scold him not to underestimate the enemy. This was because this man was a dark horse in this tribal competition, and his magical powers were quite treacherous. If you didn't know his details in advance, the immortal masters of the same level would probably fall for him. Letting him deal with the iron-faced man was like using a butcher knife to kill. So Lin Yunping frowned, not because of Mo Han's attitude of despising his opponent, but because of his own problematic origin. This man could be said to be mediocre before the tribal competition, and his cultivation had not yet reached the realm of the immortal, but then he emerged as a dark horse, not only breaking through the realm on the eve of the competition, but also showing a magical power that no one knew. Although the other party claimed that it was a chance, Lin Yunping always felt that something was wrong, so she did not include him in the official quota. But the Mulan people seemed to have given up, and they did not even make up the number of people entering the Black Domain, so she had no reason to exclude this person. It's not bad that this person is willing to take this matter. My spiritual perception may not be accurate. It is very likely that the other party is actually not a problem. If he really kills the iron-faced man, I don't have to be too wary of him in the future. Thinking so, Lin Yunping nodded and agreed to Mo Han's self-recommendation. However, the two Wu people did not expect that the object of their conspiracy had a spiritual consciousness at the level of a god. Although Lin Yunping and others used the means of shielding the spiritual consciousness during the conversation, Luo Hong still heard every word. When he heard that Mo Han wanted to kill him, Luo Hong subconsciously used his spiritual consciousness to detect the other party and found some interesting results. After another half an hour, the restrictions on the Mulan side were completely lifted. At this time, the originally mottled light shield had turned into a jade ball with distinct green and red colors, and the resistance that blocked everyone's progress disappeared instantly. As soon as the two sides escaped from the restriction, the pervasive earth energy grabbed their bodies like tentacles and lifted everyone to the ghost head gate. Luo Hong followed the instructions of the white-haired old woman in advance and did not resist the pulling force. Soon, he entered the ghost head gate with Lei Yun and the other two. Luo Hong felt a blackness in front of his eyes, and then he was hit by the familiar feeling of teleportation. Then he heard the sound of slow water flow, and a river emitting a faint silver light appeared in his sight. Brother Zuo, this is a dark river of reincarnation. Lei Yun looked at the silver river in front of him, that was exactly the same as the description in the classics, and reminded him. Luo Hong nodded in response, and his spiritual sense swept around, sensing the traces of spatial fluctuations in many places. Obviously, the visitors to the Black Domain were not only the Mulan and two Wu tribes. The teleportation of the ghost head gate did not separate the two sides too far, but this place is above the Samsara Dark River. Both sides must cross the river as soon as possible, otherwise they will die of old age here. Therefore, although the hostility of the Tuo people has been very obvious, they have no intention of taking action. Instead, they are on guard against whether Luo Hong and others will take the opportunity to fight to the death. Even though Luo Hong is very interested in this river, he does not want to stay above this river for a moment. Needless to say, the four of them picked up their speed and flew to the other side of the Samsara Dark River. After flying for a while, the appearance of Len Yun and the Zhang brothers and sisters changed significantly. Wrinkles gradually appeared on their faces and their skin became dry. After a while, the three of them had grey hair and looked old. Fortunately, the three of them are all immortal cultivators, and the aging of the physical body does not affect them much. As long as their lifespans are not over, there will be no problem. Zhang Ling in the back soon noticed that Luo Hong did not change at all. His skin was wrinkled, and his hair was black. It seemed that he was not affected by the Samsara Dark River. Brother Luo Zuo, why haven't you aged at all? Do you have a way to deal with the power of time? The fear brought by rapid aging made Zhang Ling couldn't help but ask. Zuo took an ancient elixir in his early years, which has the magical effect of refining the body and keeping the face young. As soon as Luo Hong said this, Zhang Ling's eyes lit up, and he immediately asked excitedly, what does that elixir look like? There are many elixirs with the magical effect of keeping the face young, and the most famous one is the moon-blocking glazed lotus. This Taoist friend Mulan has gone through hundreds of years, and his face has not changed at all. I think he must have taken the petals of this lotus. Before Luo Hong could answer, a crisp female voice came from the back. After going deep into the dark river of reincarnation, due to the influence of the power of time, Luo Hong's spiritual sense became extremely vague, and he did not detect the other party's existence in advance. Looking back, he saw that the person coming was a beautiful woman in a white Luo skirt. Unlike Luo Hong and others who were in groups, this woman was alone. Luo Hong had already understood that the Black Domain was a dangerous place similar to the Blood Forbidden Land. This woman dared to act alone, so she must have something to rely on. Len Yun and the others understood this even more, so after seeing this woman, the four of them were on guard. After a while, the four of them had almost crossed the first half of the dark river of Samsara, but the second half did not need to be so urgent. Because no matter how long they stayed in the second half, the cultivators would only return to the age when they crossed the river, unless they fell into the river. Therefore, if the other party had evil intentions, it was not impossible for them to attack here. May I ask what sect or school this Taoist is from and Ajin? Luo Hong was not surprised that the woman had seen through their identities as Mulan mages. After all, their current clothes were very Mulan style. The ancient elixir has been passed down for at least tens of thousands of years, and if the moon-blocking glazed lotus has such medicinal power, you only need to take one petal to get its miraculous effect. This Taoist friend Mulan will not swallow all the lotus like a cow chewing a peony, right? I want to buy one petal. Please make your conditions. The single woman ignored Luo Hong's inquiry and said to herself, it's a pity that Zuo gave all the remaining petals to my Taoist partner, and I don't have any on me. The woman's escape speed was very fast, and she approached the four people very boldly, and soon entered within 100 feet. At this distance, Luo Hong's spiritual sense was not greatly affected. While politely rejecting the other party's request, he explored her cultivation. At this time, a jade pendant on the waist of the single woman flashed with spiritual light, and a layer of transparent crystal shield was generated, and many finger-long crystal spikes were suddenly pierced out, like a huge crystal sea urchin. Luo Hong only felt a slight itch in his spiritual sense, and then he was bounced away. Is it a magic weapon for exploring spiritual sense? Just when Luo Hong was puzzled, the single woman's face flashed with surprise, and then she said with a little shame, I'm sorry, I didn't tell you that I have a divine crystal shield to protect my body. If someone uses divine sense to detect me, it will be counterattacked and the other party's soul will be severely damaged. This Taoist fellow. As the single woman was talking, she found that Luo Hong seemed to be fine, without showing any pain, and was immediately stunned. Huh. This Taoist fellow doesn't seem to be counterattacked. Haha, interesting. There is actually such an interesting person as Taoist fellow among the Milan people. This trip to the Black Domain is really not in vain. With such a happy smile, the single woman immediately turned around and flew away from Luo Hong and the other four. Watching this woman go away, Luo Hong frowned slightly, always feeling that the other party would bring him trouble. Chapter 421 Great Jin Monk. Not long after the single woman escaped, Luo Hong and others crossed the first half of the Samsara Dark River. After entering the second half, the hair of Len Yun and the other two began to turn from white to black, gradually returning to youth. After noticing this phenomenon, the four of them couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. The feeling of losing life rapidly is not pleasant. At this point, the four of them immediately seemed less urgent. Luo Hong took out a jade bottle, and after a burst of magic power, a column of water rose from the river surface and was sucked into the jade bottle. After a few breaths, Luo Hong stopped collecting the river water, and his spiritual consciousness probed into the jade bottle. He found that the river water he collected was the same as the one given to him by the Milan people. There was no light power contained in it, and there was not even a little spiritual energy. It became the most common ordinary water. It can be seen from this that the river water is only a carrier of the light power, and its source should be hidden deep in the river bottom. However, the light power flowing in the river water is not at the same level as the light power overflowing on the river surface. Anyone or anything that touches the river water will be in trouble in no time. To find the source, there must be a way to block the power of time. Common means of protection such as the protective spirit shield are of no use at all. Thinking of this, Luo Hong silently used a little power of heaven and earth to cover his right palm, and immediately felt that his right palm was obviously different from the rest of his body. Sure enough, the power of heaven and earth can block the power of time. Luo Hong's eyes flashed with excitement and regret. His Zen pearl has not yet been fully refined, so the power of heaven and earth he can exert is not strong, and his control is slightly insufficient. This time he has no chance to explore the river. The Black Domain is only opened once every 1,000 years, and it is not certain whether he will still be in the human world at that time. However, this experiment found that the power of heaven and earth can block the power of time, which is also a small gain. After flying for several hours, Luo Hong saw a black wind wall that was so high that he could not see the top. He could feel the biting cold through the protective spirit shield. After passing through this wind wall, you will reach the real Black Domain. Len Yun, who had already restored her original appearance, reminded in a deep voice. Well, although there have never been ferocious beasts on the edge of the wind wall in the past records, you should not be careless because of this. From now on, you should not leave Zuo more than 100 feet away, as soon as possible. As long as they are within 100 feet, Luo Hong can use the 5-element escape to provide instant support, and it is not difficult to save the lives of Len Yun and the other two. After that, Luo Hong took out a golden rope, wrapped it around his waist, and cast a spell to use it to entangle Len Yun and the other two. Then, Luo Hong pinched the magic formula on his hand, and the rope shone with golden light, and suddenly disappeared. This golden rope was a magic weapon lent to him by the white-haired old woman. It did not have many magical powers, but it was mainly to ensure that the four people would not be separated when passing through the black wind wall. After casting the spell, Luo Hong took the lead to escape to the black wind wall. The closer they got, the more intense the chill became. However, the four of them were all nascent soul cultivators, so this chill only made their protective spirit shields more dazzling. After rushing into the black wind wall, Luo Hong found that his spiritual consciousness was greatly suppressed, and his sense of direction was greatly lost. He could only rush forward against the strong wind. During this period, Len Yun and the other two deviated from Luo Hong's direction more than once. Fortunately, every time they exceeded a distance of 10 feet, a golden rope would appear to pull the deviated people back. The black wind wall was not very thick. After a moment, the four of them suddenly felt relieved. They did rush through the wind wall. But obviously, after such a toss, the place where they came out was definitely very different from the place where they entered. Is this the real Black Domain? Luo Hong muttered to himself and looked around. He saw that there was no sun or moon in the Black Domain. There were countless green light spots like starlight above his head. That was the light emitted by a fluorescent plant growing on the top of the Black Domain. The colors on the ground seemed much more colorful. Countless fluorescent plants that were rarely seen in the outside world gave the Black Domain a layer of psychedelic colors. But danger lurks beneath the beauty. Luo Hong scanned with his spiritual sense and found several fierce beasts hiding near the fluorescent plants. Boundary crystals only exist in the broken sky pit in the center of the black domain. Even if we fly at full speed, it will take several days to reach it, and we can only stay in the black domain for more than 20 days. Once the time limit is up, we will be teleported out. Len Yun looked into the depths of the black domain and frowned. They must reach the broken sky pit one step earlier than the two Wu people to ensure that the other party cannot obtain enough boundary crystals. No matter how urgent it is, you can't fly high in such a dangerous place. Luo Hong has explored several secret realms and has accumulated a lot of corresponding experience. After untying the golden rope, he took the lead and fell down. Next, the four of them began to fly towards the center of the black domain. Except for encountering a few waves of reckless fierce beasts on the way, they did not encounter any trouble. This is not because Luo Hong and his friends are lucky, but now all the cultivators who enter the black domain are doing the same thing as them. Although it only opens once every 1,000 years, the greed of the geniuses of Dajin cannot stop the ancient spiritual medicines in the outer area of the black domain. They have been picked up long ago, and only the middle layer can still be found. And to ensure the harvest, you must enter the core area. So it is conceivable that what Luo Hong and his friends feel now is just the calm before the storm. At this time, above a piece of sand in the outer layer of the black domain, several cultivators are fighting fiercely with the beast hiding in the sand. These cultivators all have the cultivation of the nascent soul, and the magical skills they use are quite extraordinary, and their power is far beyond the comparison of cultivators of the same level. But the beast in the sand is even more tough and thick-skinned, and it was besieged by 5 people like this, but it did not suffer serious injuries. My fellow disciples, this yellow sand dragon is too difficult to deal with. We can't delay for too long again. You quickly cast the 4-star chain to trap it for a while, and I will use the magic weapon of the Great Elder to kill it in one fell swoop. The man with the jade crown, who was leading the attack, could not help but feel a little irritated after a long time of attacking. The sense of uneasiness in his heart became more and more serious. He immediately wanted to use thundering means at all costs. Everyone in Nanhaman is so hard, why don't I let the Cheyenne Mosek do it for you? Suddenly, a gloomy male voice came from the top of the 5 people. The man with the jade crown looked up suddenly, and after seeing the other party's clothes clearly, his face suddenly changed. There are 10 top sects in the Great Jin Demon sect, and the Cheyenne Mo sect is the leader of these 10 sects. Although there are only 4 people standing on the black cloud, the man with the jade crown did not think that his side had an advantage in numbers and would have an advantage in a fight. It was because, among the 4 people, he saw a red-haired young man with his hands on his chest and an indifferent expression. Brother Qi, it's the demon child Qiu Wuji. The Great Elder has said that, if you meet this person, you must not fight him. Seeing the red-haired young man, everyone in the Nanhei sect secretly thought that they were unlucky and wanted to retreat. It was really because this demon child had been too powerful in the past 100 years. It was said that he had fought against a great cultivator in the late Yuanying period and was not defeated. His combat power was at the top level in this black domain. However, before the man in the jade crown made up his mind, he heard another charming laugh. Haha, Qiu Hong Tao, I met you bullying the weak as soon as I came in. It's really unlucky. As the voice sounded, a girl in a white Luo skirt, who looked no more than 16 or 17 years old, flew from a distance. Yankaro. When the red-haired young man saw the person coming, he immediately changed his indifferent expression and frowned slightly and called out the name of the girl in the white skirt. Tai sect, Yankaro? Exclamation mark. The man in the jade crown looked even uglier. Chapter 422 Yankaro. There are 10 sects of the devil and 10 righteous sects in the Great Jin dynasty. The 2 sides have been constantly checking each other since ancient times, and Tai sect is the leader of the 10 righteous sects. The man with the jade crown couldn't help but sigh that his luck was really bad when he ran into the most dazzling geniuses of the devil and righteous sects at the same time. Yankaro, do you want to meddle in Qiu's business? I'm not like others who would care about old Takesu. Qiu Wuji said in a cold tone, as if he would take action if he disagreed with her. Haha, that's great. It's been a long time since I could have a good fight. But I don't think you dare. Yunkao was not afraid at all and even deliberately angered the other party. HMPH, the divine crystal shield is indeed a treasure that protects against divine consciousness attacks, but if you ignore QIU's heavenly demon heart shocking technique for this reason, you will definitely regret it. QIU Wuji said so, but he also knew in his heart that if he forcibly used the heavenly demon heart shocking technique to attack the divine crystal shield, he would certainly be able to break it, but he would also suffer serious backlash. Now, the black domain has just opened, and the ancient spiritual medicine is still hidden everywhere, so it is not yet time to fight. At this time, all parties should avoid conflicts with powerful enemies, but Yunkao has always been famous in Dajin for her erratic temperament, and QIU Wuji did not dare to bet whether the other party really wanted to take action. After all, the gains from this trip to the black domain will greatly determine his success rate in advancing to the late nascent soul stage. Therefore, when he found that Yunkao was still unwilling to give in, QIU Wuji's expression could not help but become indifferent, and he no longer wanted to entangle with the other party. Haha, I think the first secret method of the Heavenly Demon sect is not that good. It has many concerns about dealing with my divine crystal shield. Yunkao's eyes flickered twice, and she said sarcastically. As soon as this was said, before the red-haired young man made any statement, the three people beside him suddenly showed anger. Fellow Daoistian, be careful with your words. You can't slander my Heavenly Demon sect. The Heavenly Demon sect cultivator who had just smiled sinisterly and wanted to help the Nanhei sect cultivators kill the yellow sand earth dragon said with a ferocious face. I'm not slandering you, but telling you the truth. Earlier in the dark river of Samsara, I met a group of Mulan monks. One of them just used his divine sense to detect me, which caused the divine crystal shield to burst out with 100% power, while the other party was still indifferent, with no signs of backlash. It seems that the first secret method of your Shyandmo sect is quite different from the magical power of that Mulan monk. It turned out that Yunkao was the single woman that Luo Hong met in the dark river of Samsara, but at that time she was affected by the power of time and turned into a mature beauty, not the little girl she is now. You are talking nonsense. How can a mere grassland monk defeat my Shyandmo sect demon? Yunkao, you. Alright, stop talking, let's go. QIU Wuji interrupted his companions shouting with some displeasure and fled into the depths of the black domain without looking back. Haha, you've taken the bait. Yunkao smiled cunningly, and her shining eyes turned to look at the man with the jade crown and others who were entangled with the yellow sand earth dragon. A golden stream of light flew out from her sleeves, and then the dragon roar shook the sky, and the golden stream of light split into two, turning into two golden dragons. The two golden dragons flew to the yellow sand earth dragon in an instant, and then twisted and twisted, and the thick-skinned yellow sand earth dragon was neatly twisted into two. It was not until the fragrant wind blew in his face that the man with the jade crown came back to his senses from the shock and bowed to Yunkao who was several feet away and said, I'm Kishiansi from Nanheiman. Thank you for your help, fellow Daoistian. You're welcome. I stand up when I see injustice, which is what I do for the righteous way. Yunkao waved her hand and said righteously. Fellow Daoistian is so kind. Although Nanhei sect is far less powerful than Tai sect, we must also uphold the righteous path. Fellow Daoistian risked his life to help us, so we cannot fail to show some appreciation. We will give this Wutalia Feng fruit guarded by the yellow sand earth dragon as a thank you gift. Kishiansi naturally did not really think that Yunkao came to support the righteous path, and he tactfully gave up the ancient elixir. Fellow Daoist Ki is so polite. I will not refuse it. The demon heart of the yellow sand earth dragon is very beneficial to fellow Daoists who practice the earth path. Don't miss it. After Yunkao finished speaking, he fled to the ground to collect herbs. Brother Ki, a cultivator from the Nanhei sect seemed to be unwilling to speak, but was immediately interrupted by Kishiansi. What do you mean we? Go and take out the earth dragon's heart. The righteous and evil ways in the world of cultivating immortals are just the difference in the way they eat. They will never refuse to eat what they should eat. On the other side, after Qiyu Wuji and the others who were riding the black cloud escaped for a while, one of the 4 bull demon cultivators couldn't help but say, "Brothers, do you think what Yunkaio said is true or false?" Although Yunkaio has an eccentric personality, his status in Tai sect is comparable to Qiyu Wuji's in Cheyenne Mo sect. They are both people who are expected to become gods, and it is unlikely that they will lie to each other in such matters. Junior brother Song, what are you thinking about? How much inheritance can those grassland cultivators have? How can their collection of magical skills and secret books be compared with our sect that has been passed down from ancient times to the present? In my opinion, Yunkaio has a grudge against those Mulan cultivators and wants to kill someone with a borrowed knife. The long-faced demon cultivator who spoke in a sinister tone did not hide his contempt for the Mulan and Tuwu tribes at all, and said mercilessly, "Although the grassland cultivation world is far inferior to our great Jin, it also has its merits, and it is not as bad as you say. At least, they are the only force in the human world today that has the means to communicate with the spiritual world. So, even if some amazing secret manuals suddenly appear, it is not impossible." Qiyu Wuji said indifferently, making it impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. If so, what Yunkaio said is very likely true. The long-faced monk did not dare to refute Qiyu Wuji's words, and his tone softened. "It doesn't matter whether it is true or not. The purpose of our entry into the black domain is always the ancient spiritual medicine. As for that monk Mulan, we will learn from him when we meet him." Qiyu Wuji's eyes flashed with fighting spirit. His shy and most shocking heart method is a secret technique that uses spiritual consciousness to attack the enemy, and it has a unique magical effect. After using this secret method to defeat a cultivator whose spiritual consciousness is almost the same as yours, your own soul will be significantly improved. Qiyu Wuji's spiritual consciousness can be comparable to that of a cultivator in the late nascent soul stage, and most of it is due to this secret technique. Others may not know this, but Yunkaio, the most dazzling genius of the Tai sect, knows it very well. Qiyu Wuji knows that this is the opponent's conspiracy, but the reason why it is a conspiracy is that, even if you know it is a conspiracy, you will be willing to fall into it. "I remember that the shattered sky pit is not that big." Qiyu Wuji thought silently. At this time, Luo Hong, who was thousands of miles away, had no idea that he had become part of someone else's conspiracy. After flying all the way to the middle layer of the black domain smoothly, Luo Hong and others encountered the first trouble. Chapter 423 Purple Light Bug. The 4 of them stopped in front of a pile of rocks emitting purple fluorescence. Len Yun frowned and said, "This is the nest of purple light insects. There are tens of thousands of them. We should not provoke them." It turned out that the purple fluorescence was not emitted by the rocks, but by the fierce insects lying on the rocks. If you want to bypass this pile of rocks, you have to cross the high mountains on both sides. Luo's spiritual sense senses that there is also a strong breath in the mountains. "I think there are powerful beasts entrenched." Luo Han shook his head slightly. Compared with unknown beasts, he would rather deal with the purple light insects whose details he knows. Purple light insects are also recorded in the list of strange insects in the world, but they are ranked outside the top 100 and are not extremely fierce monster insects. But not only are there a large number of them, but they also have the magical power of quickly healing themselves by absorbing spiritual energy. In the spiritual environment of the black domain, if you want to kill all the purple light insects in this nest, it will inevitably consume part of the magic power of the 4 people. While Lilian was still hesitating, Zhang Ling beside her suddenly patted her chest and said, "Our magical powers are just right for dealing with these purple light insects, so leave it to us." Zhang Ling's volunteering aroused some interest in Luo Hong. He didn't know much about the Zhang brothers and sisters. Seeing their methods, he would be able to make more accurate judgments when encountering an emergency. "Well, remember not to be too strong and consume too much mana." Len Yun was obviously very confident in the Zhang brothers and sisters. She was not worried about their safety at all, but just warned them to pay attention to the consumption of mana. After the Zhang brothers and sisters nodded in response, they fled forward side by side. When they were more than 100 feet away from the pile of rocks, the purple light insects sensed the breath of the 2. Then there was a loud buzzing sound, and densely packed purple light insects that looked like dragonflies, but had ferocious claws and fangs, the size of thumbs, rose into the air. The purple insect tide was like a tsunami, slapping towards the Zhang brothers and sisters. Just looking at it with the naked eye, there is no comparison between the two. The Zhang brothers and sisters will be buried in the insect mouth in the next moment. At this moment, a mysterious wave of magic power came from the Zhang brothers and sisters, which immediately made Luo Hong exclaim, "What kind of magical power is this, which can resonate with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth so violently?" Attracting the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is a magical power unique to the immortal cultivators in the realm of transformation. Although the cultivators in the nascent soul stage can master some of it through practice and secret methods, it is difficult to achieve any results. The spiritual art of the Milan people is a representative secret art. When Luo Hong performed the burning heaven, he could also attract the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. However, the movement caused by Luo Hong was far from comparable to the current situation of the Zhang brothers and sisters. This level of resonance is probably only half a step away from the transformation of the immortal cultivators. Just as Luo Hong sighed secretly, the huge spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered around the Zhang brothers and sisters, and quickly condensed into a huge green ball. Then, accompanied by a loud cry, the green ball suddenly split open, spread its wings, and turned into a giant green bird. Milan holy bird. No, the aura is much worse, and the expression is not lively. It is the holy bad Dharma image. Seeing the blue giant bird, Luo Hong was shocked at first, and then quickly saw through the opponent's background. On the day of the border war, Lin Yun summoned the lower world with the help of the bronze oil lamp, but it was actually a divine thought of the Mulan holy bird. But this divine thought alone has the same combat power as a cultivator in the late nascent soul stage. If it were not for the 7 Taizan cultivators from Xianan who fought desperately with the help of strange treasures, it would have caused serious casualties. And because it is essentially a divine thought of a high-level demon cultivator, Luo Hong is not easy to deal with it, so he just used the power of the heavenly tribulation to scare it away. The rich spiritual energy in the black domain not only greatly increases the condensation speed of the holy bad Dharma image, but also greatly enhances its power. Now the two of them can fight against 2 sudden immortals for a while. Lin Yun nodded with a happy face. The strength shown by the Zhang brothers and sisters in the black domain was beyond her expectations. As she spoke, the purple insect tide had already covered them. The Zhang siblings were now in the belly of the holy bad Dharma image. They were pinching their fingers in the same way. They seemed to be in a mysterious state of telepathy, and they controlled the holy bad Dharma image with their combined strength. The holy bad Dharma image flapped its wings, and a raging green flame suddenly burst out. In an instant, it turned into a huge firebird with a body a length of several dozen feet, and then rushed head-on into the purple insectide. As soon as the two touched, the green firebird was like a hot knife cutting through butter, easily splitting the insectide. As soon as those purple light insects came into contact with the green spirit flame, they turned into ashes without any resistance, and no matter how strong their self-healing ability was, it was useless. After the attack, the Zhang siblings became more confident, and immediately controlled the green firebird to turn around, opened its mouth and spit out hundreds of green fireballs, pouring into the insect tide. Just when the Zhang siblings thought that this attack could wipe out most of the insect tide, Luo Hong's brows suddenly frowned, and his eyes turned, staring at the pile of rocks that had returned to darkness. The next moment, a sharp sound erupted from the depths of the pile of rocks, and a purple halo suddenly appeared. Suddenly, the originally chaotic swarm of insects became orderly, and countless purple light insects connected their auras together, and in the blink of an eye, a purple light barrier was condensed. The hundreds of blue fireballs hit the purple light barrier, but only caused some ripples, and failed to kill any purple light insects. When Lin Yun saw a giant purple light insect with a body length of about 10 feet flying out from the depths of the pile of rocks, her face changed. This nest of purple light insects actually gave birth to the Insect King. The difference between the insect swarm with or without the Insect King is particularly obvious. The blue firebird, that could easily kill the purple light insects, is now difficult to hurt it. The idea of the Zhang family brothers and sisters to quickly resolve the insect tide was doomed to fail from this moment. As the Insect King flew into the insect swarm, the purple light insects actually began to counterattack. A pair of purple light pincers that were exactly the same as its air protruded from the barrier, trying to cut the blue firebird in two. At this time, there seemed to be a disagreement between the Zhang brothers and sisters, and the blue firebird was slow to move. It was not until the purple pincers approached that Zhang Meng showed a helpless look on his face. He cooperated with Zhang Ling to control the blue firebird, to spray out a thick blue fire column, smashing the incoming purple pincers into pieces, and then smashed heavily on the purple light barrier. Although the power of the blue light column was strong, it consumed a lot of mana. After only a few breaths of stalemate, the breath of the Zhang brothers and sisters was obviously weakened. I have clearly warned you, but you still. Len Yun said dissatisfiedly, and she was about to help halfway through her words. Although she was unhappy, she didn't want the brother and sister to lose a lot of mana. Slow down their journey. Don't delay here for too long. Just leave it to Zuo. With the same idea, Luo Hong flipped his palm, and a black and red fire crow appeared above his palm. Then Luo Hong's mind moved, and the black crow true flame flew out, gradually turning into a fire crow about 10 feet long, and soon arrived in front of the purple light barrier. Without any movement, the black and red fire crow penetrated the purple light barrier. At this time, the black crow true flame just spread its wings, and it exploded with a bang, turning into hundreds of black and red sparks flying out. Then, an incredible scene appeared. As soon as the black and red sparks touched the purple light spot, they just spun gently, and the purple light spot disappeared without a trace. And it flickered like a ghost, and instantly appeared next to another purple light spot. With hundreds of sparks flying around, the number of purple light spots decreased rapidly. Correspondingly, the strength of the purple light barrier was also declining rapidly. Chapter 424, Encounter with Competition. The weakening of the purple light barrier was soon reflected on the front battlefield. Many cracks appeared in the purple light barrier under the blue fire column. No matter how the purple light insect king screamed, it could not resist the result of the barrier breaking. When the blue fire column poured into the insect tide, it accelerated the speed of the insect tide's demise. As hundreds of black and red sparks surrounded the purple light insect king at the same time, and burned it to ashes, all the sparks gathered in the middle, and turned into fire crows again, flying back to Luo Hong's palm with the same breath. The black crow's true flame had long been spiritual, and Luo Hong did not need to control it with his mind. It could destroy the enemy on its own. Moreover, the individual strength of the purple light insect was not strong, and the power of the black crow's true flame alone was enough to kill it, so Luo Hong did not lose much mana after all the busy work. At this time, the Zhang family brothers and sisters also dispersed the holy bad Dharma image, and fled to the side of the two. Len Yun was naturally unhappy, glaring at Zhang Ling with a face full of accusations. Zhang Ling lowered her head slightly in shame, and from time to time stole a glance at the agile fire crow in Luo Hong's palm. After this battle, she completely understood the gap between her and Luo Hong's strength. The magical powers that the other party casually displayed were much stronger than the magical powers that she and her brother displayed together. It's getting late. Let's continue on our way. Luo Hong put away the black crow true flame and said lightly, "Brother Zuo, they have lost a lot of mana. Can we rest here for a while?" Len Yun was angry, but she didn't want the Zhang brothers and sisters to have any accidents. After all, their Milan clan is now short of talents and can't afford to lose easily. Originally, as long as Len Yun was not in a hurry, Luo Hong didn't care, but he had learned about the plan of the two Wu people, and the meeting would be a fierce battle. Although Luo Hong was not afraid, he still wanted to avoid it as much as possible. Therefore, he planned to reach the shattered sky deep pit before the two Wu people, take all the boundary crystals, and then go to search for ancient spiritual medicine with peace of mind. Since we need to rest, let's use Zuo's magic dragon boat to travel. Luo Hong through his sleeves and sacrificed the magic dragon boat. The magic dragon boat is a flying magic weapon. It not only flies very fast, but also has some concealment effect. However, its disadvantage is that it is not strong and can be easily destroyed by attack. However, after being active in the black domain for a period of time, Luo Hong found that the beasts in the black domain generally have weak spiritual perception and are very territorial. They will not easily rush out of the territory to chase the enemy. Therefore, borrowing the magic dragon boat to travel is the best choice. Len Yun naturally hopes to reach the shattered sky pit as soon as possible. After hesitating for a moment, she took the lead in boarding the magic dragon boat. After everyone boarded the boat, Luo Hong took out the magic hammer and knocked it on the bow. The surging magic energy gushed out, and the magic dragon boat immediately turned into a black line and rushed into the depths of the black domain. Sure enough, under the speed and concealment of the magic dragon boat, the four people entered the middle area of the black domain without encountering any trouble. During this period, a few fierce birds with sharp spiritual perception attacked occasionally, but they were also easily killed by Luo Hong's black crow true flame. The obvious difference between the middle layer and the outer layer of the black domain is that the concentration of spiritual energy here is about 30% higher. Correspondingly, the fierce beasts entrenched are also more powerful. It was only half a day after entering the middle layer when Luo Hong bypassed a valley with powerful fierce beasts. He happened to encounter a shuttle-shaped treasure with amazing spiritual fluctuations. It was fleeing towards him in a desperate manner. Luo Hong extended his spiritual sense and looked behind the shuttle. He immediately sensed the breath of 6 demon cultivators. 6 cultivators in the middle stage of the nascent soul, and they are wearing the same sect costumes. It must be a dispute between the sects of Dajin. It is better not to interfere. Only the top sects in Dajin can have 6 cultivators above the middle stage of the nascent soul. Luo Hong knew that behind these top sects, there would be more or less connections with the few spiritual transformation cultivators in the human world, so he did not want to have too much contact with them at present. However, the nature of the demon cultivators is unpredictable, and they might attack passers-by. The demon dragon boat can hide from the beasts, but it may not be able to hide from the spiritual perception of the cultivators. So Luo Hong suddenly stopped the demon boat and said to Len Yun and the other 2 who were still unaware of the situation, "There are Dajin cultivators fighting in front. Let's avoid them to avoid being hurt." Most of the Dajin cultivators who can enter the black area are the best in the top sects, and their magical powers are quite extraordinary. Without Luo Hong's words, Len Yun and the other 2 thought of taking shelter temporarily. Then, the 4 jumped off the demon boat and fled to a fluorescent mushroom forest below. At this time, the faces of the 3 Yuanying stage female cultivators in the shuttle were all panicked. They looked back from time to time and found that the pursuer's breath was getting closer. "Sister Lu, how far are Sister Lan and the others? If we keep running like this, in another hour or 2, those Luo sect's demon cultivators will catch up with us." A delicate woman with a silver hair ornament on her head said with fear. "Sister Lan just sent me a message. She should be thousands of miles away now. If we hold on for a while, we will be able to meet them." Sister Lu said as she tried her best to input her magic power into the spirit shuttle she sat on, increasing its escape speed as much as possible. The magic power of the other 2 female cultivators had long been exhausted in the previous pursuit. At this time, they were refining pills to recover as much as possible so that they could replace Sister Lu. And 100 miles behind the spirit shuttle, 6 male and female cultivators with demonic energy all over their bodies were using secret methods to connect each other's escape lights together so that they could have an escape speed that was faster than the spirit shuttle without the help of any magic weapon. They have been running away for several days, and their magic power is almost exhausted. That 1000 cold and 100 poison grass should belong to senior brother Ming. Compared with the previous few days, the speed of the spirit shuttle has dropped a lot. They will catch up with each other soon. It is inevitable that they will vent the frustration they have been holding back for several days. The ancient spiritual medicine must be handed over to the sect after it is released. It is not just mine. Junior brother Huang, please be careful. The leading man with eagle eyes and a hooked nose and a fierce face reminded without any emotion. Yes, the spiritual medicine belongs to the sect. Huang surnamed demon cultivator said this, but he didn't care in his heart. They ventured into the black area and naturally had some benefits. As long as they picked enough ancient spiritual medicines, they would naturally be able to share some of the profits. With the identity and strength of the eagle-eyed man, he could naturally obtain the ancient spiritual medicine that suits him best. It is absolutely true that the 1000 cold and 100 poison grass is in his pocket. However, as soon as the words fell, the expressions of the 6 people changed, because 3 breaths of cultivators of the same level broke into their spiritual awareness range, and were heading straight for the spirit shuttle. The female cultivator and the spirit shuttle also obviously sensed the other party, and suddenly increased her speed to meet the other party. Seeing that he could not stop the other party from meeting with the reinforcement, the eagle-eyed man's eyes flashed with a fierce look, and he ordered his fellow disciples, "The 4 of you will surround them from both sides and surround them forming." The eagle-eyed man not only did not retreat, because the other party had reinforcement, but wanted to catch the other party in one fell swoop. After hearing the order, his 4 fellow disciples did not hesitate at all, and decisively used the secret method of consuming vitality, to increase their speed, to surround them from both sides. Not long after, the spirit shuttle merged with the 3 beams of light, and 3 female cultivators escaped from them. They said to the blue-clothed woman who was the leader of the reinforcement, "Senior Sister Lan, we found the 1,000 cold and 100 poison grass. Thank you for your hard work. You should hurry up and recover your magic power. I'm afraid there will be a fierce battle next." The blue-clothed woman had bright eyes and white teeth, and her appearance was absolutely beautiful. She had a gentle temperament, but there was no hint of concession in her words. Chapter 425 Ling Bao and Yin Luo Banner. 1,000 cold and 100 poison grass? These 2 groups of monks are fighting for this thing. The mushroom forest where Luo Hong and others were hiding was just below the blue-clothed woman and others. In a hurry, the other party did not even transmit the sound, but blurted it out directly, so he naturally heard it clearly. "Master Le Zuo doesn't know much about ancient spiritual medicines. I wonder if the nobles have any records about the 1,000 cold and 100 poison grass, and I wonder what its magical effects are." Len Yun also heard the conversation between the blue-clothed woman and others, so she was not surprised that Luo Hong would ask this question, and immediately responded, "This ancient spiritual medicine is extremely toxic. It is the favorite thing for monks who practice poison skills or monsters with highly poisonous bodies to refine and swallow. Especially for highly poisonous monsters, swallowing it can even directly improve a realm. If it is mixed with another ancient spiritual medicine called resurrection fruit, to make an elixir, there is a chance to refine the resurrection pill." Resurrection pill? Exclamation mark. Luo Hong was shocked. This pill was famous, and could be called the top healing pill in the human world. It was especially good at replenishing the lost vitality of the immortal cultivators. If the immortal cultivators had this pill in hand, they could use all kinds of powerful magical powers that would consume vitality without any scruples. So it was not just a healing pill. However, although he was shocked, Luo Hong did not have any greed in his heart. The resurrection pill was not a thing, and he did not need the 1,000 cold and 100 poison grass. So, after listening to Len Yun's introduction, he immediately calmed down and secretly observed the development of the situation. He just hoped that the 2 groups would hurry up and not delay him for too long. At a height of 100 feet, Lankea and the other 2 protected the 3 delicate female cultivators who came out of the shuttle behind them, and looked coldly at the 2 eagle-eyed men who were approaching quickly. They knew very well that there were 4 other nascent soul cultivators from the Yin Luo sect who were outflanking them, but they knew even more that, if they fled at this time, the 3 delicate female cultivators would surely die first, and they themselves would be in great danger. So instead of fleeing in a panic, it is better to fight hard. The 6 people from Yin Luo sect have been flying for days and their magic power is not sufficient. They are not without a chance of winning. 300 feet away, the eagle-eyed man stopped and said in a deep voice, "Lankea, hand over all the ancient spiritual medicines on you. Ming Mao can spare your lives for Madame Mu's sake." Friend Ming Dao, there is no need to be hypocritical here. Everyone knows the style of your Yin Luo sect. Don't even think about putting our nascent souls into the Yin Luo banner today. Lankea didn't have any luck in her heart. She knew that the other party didn't attack right away, but just wanted to wait for the other 4 to surround them. And she was willing to respond, just to let the 3 delicate female cultivators recover more magic power. Those who offend my Yin Luo sect will only end up being put into the Yin Luo banner. The Huang surnamed demon cultivator laughed sinisterly without any concealment, and stretched out his hand, and a black flag appeared in his hand. Although the number of people on both sides is equal, only 2 of Lancare and others have the cultivation of the middle stage of the nascent soul, and the other 4 are all cultivators in the early stage of the nascent soul. On the surface, the difference in combat power is huge. No wonder the Huang surnamed Demon Cultivator is so confident. At this time, the 6 people of Yin Luo sect have already formed a siege. The eagle-eyed man moved his mind and sacrificed the Yin Luo banner with his 5 junior brothers. This Yin Luo banner is a set of treasures of Yin Luo sect. There are a total of 18 poles. Unless there is a disaster of exterminating the sect, these 18 Yin Luo banners will not gather in one person's hands. When they gather, they can release great power to help Yin Luo sect kill powerful enemies. Usually, the Yin Luo banner is held by the various Yuanying elders of Yin Luo sect. While they enjoy the benefits of the arrival of the Yin Luo banner, they also have the obligation to continuously collect the soul and strengthen the Yin Luo banner. If they cannot do so, the Yin Luo banner will change hands and be handed over to other elders in the sect. Therefore, when the Yuanying elders of Yin Luo sect fight against the enemy, they usually take away the opponent's soul, and their reputation in Dajin is very bad. Since the Yin Luo banner is a set of treasures, after the 6 eagle-eyed men sacrificed it, it was very easy to connect it into a formation, and a large dark cloud covered an area of 100 miles. Countless refined ghosts shuttled through the clouds, and their scholard eyes were all staring at Lancare and others, waiting for an order, and they would attack and kill. Seeing this formation, the 6 women's faces turned pale slightly. Lancare gritted her silver teeth and sacrificed her emerald short ruler. After a spin, it turned into hundreds of the same short rulers, and then a blur turned into emerald green lotuses. These hundreds of green lotuses surrounded the 6 women, instantly isolating the yin qi, which made them feel much more at ease. Seeing the mysterious magical power of the emerald short ruler, the eagle-eyed man couldn't help but frown, and under the urging of his mind, countless ghosts stretched out their ghost claws and screamed and pounced down. However, as soon as these ghosts came into contact with the emerald green lotus, a green light suddenly appeared in their bodies, and then they exploded with a bang, leaving no residue behind. Seeing that the lotus formation blocked the ghost's attack, the 6 women suddenly felt relieved. After all, the Yin Luo banner was too famous. Although they knew the power of the magic weapon in Lancare's hand, they couldn't help but feel nervous before they really saw its magical power. Then, under the auspices of Lancare, the 6 women formed a formation and began to perform extremely complicated spells and incantations. It was unknown what magical power they were going to perform together. The power of the emerald green short ruler shocked the Yin Luo sect monks. You must know that the Yin Luo banner is not a false name. The reputation of the Yin Luo sect is built on the bodies of countless cultivators whose souls were taken away. In other words, the emerald green short ruler is definitely not an ancient treasure, a replica of the Tangshan Lingbao. Very good, Madam Mu actually gave you the treasure of the clan. She really loves you very much. The eagle-eyed man had no anger on his face at this time. His eyes revealed a strong greed, and he shouted, "Blood sacrifice to the Ghost King." Before he finished speaking, the 6 people took out a ghost patterned knife of the same style and stabbed themselves directly. There was a flash of blood, and the dark clouds above their heads rolled violently, and a terrifying roar came from it. Then, 6 pairs of thick arms pulled apart the dark clouds, and 6 huge and ferocious ghost heads poked out from them. The 6 ghost kings, who were about 10 feet tall, were tied with several thick iron chains, preventing them from being free. And now, the blood-colored spiritual light was gradually infecting the forbidden iron chains, making them gradually invisible. Soon, the 6 ghost kings broke free and followed the orders of the eagle-eyed man and others, each using their magical powers to attack the Kinglian magic circle. Although the green lotus transformed by the emerald short ruler can dissolve the ghost king's body that touches them, the opponent is under the dark cloud, and this injury can be recovered in an instant. As a result, under the fierce attack of the 6 ghost kings, the green lotus formation became more and more unstable. However, at this time, the magical powers that Lancare and others have been using have also reached the time to be activated. The 5 element of fluctuations were seen from the dancing of the 6 women. After gathering in the middle, they exploded silently in all directions. Ignoring the distance, it instantly descended on the eagle-eyed man and others. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.